fucking rashes and shit because your fucking rashes and shit because your fucking rashes and shit because your fucking rashes and shit because your
Can you guys hear me? Hey, Frederick, how's it going, buddy? Awesome. This is gonna be a really fun stream. I can't wait for it to start. It's really good to see you again, Oliva. It's long time no see for sure. Welcome, welcome. Is it Oliva or Olivia? Oliva. Awesome. Thank you. How has streaming been going for you, Olivia? Oliva? God dang it. I am terrible with pronunciation. God dang it. I'm terrible with words. Bear with me. Been okay. I haven't been consistent because of my little man in work. Oh, I gotcha. I don't know if you've been around for the news, but we are going to be having a little one on the way too. We get to find out the gender in 9 days. What kind of games do you stream? Yeah, we are pretty excited. Thank you, thank you. I'll definitely be sharing our ultrasound pictures and the gender in Discord once we find out. No worries, Shelby. The text that shows up on screen from chat, is it too small for you guys to read, or does it look just fine to you guys? Killing Floor, Warzone, and Ghostbusters. Very nice. I've kind of wanted to try Warzone, but the over 200 gigabyte file size and the fact that I'm terrible at FPS games kind of turned me off from it. I wonder if I have Killing Floor. I mean, I'm okay. It may be small for some. Oh, the text. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're on like mobile or something, that could probably look a little small. I'm just asking because I could adjust it if it's hard for people to read. We should play Killing Floor. That is kind of ridiculous, a file size for a game. I'm gonna check to see if I even have Killing Floor. I've seen it on my, no, I don't have it. I've seen it on the Steam page though. I've got no idea what kind of game it is. Well, I'm gonna look at it real quick. So 6-player co-op Zed Slaughtering Mayhem, and now 12-player versus survival mode 2. Now you could be the Zeds. Nice. It honestly looks kind of fun. I am definitely down to try Killing Floor. Was the slow motion triggered even in multiplayer? Well, either way, it looks pretty cool. And there's, I mean, killing zombies is always fun, right? I wonder how they worked that out. I feel like if there was slow-mo in a multiplayer game, it would have to be slow-mo for everybody, but you know, maybe they figured out a way to like bring you back to normal time, and I got no idea how that kind of stuff works. People are really smart when it comes to coding and stuff. Definitely not me. Left 4 Dead's a really good one too. I like playing the versus mode. We've got 3 more minutes. This is exciting. I'll be right back. Going to try to restart my computer and see if that helps because I've been cutting out every few seconds. Alrighty, Shelby, for sure. We'll catch you when you get back. Alright, it is 12 o'clock. I am so ready for this. Last time I did this stream, it was a lot of fun, and we talked about a lot of different subjects that were very interesting, entertaining, and just overall tons and tons of fun. So, I guess I honestly thought there would have been more people here by now. There's a lot of people that said that they wanted to be here for this stream, but regardless, no biggie. It's all good. So, Oliva, what's a topic that really interests you? If you ain't got nothing, I got a whole list here we could go into detail and talk about. Yeah, let me turn down the stream music here. That way I could actually hear myself. We've got this open too. So before we even like go into any subjects or anything, I want to clarify and get out there. I am very ignorant on a lot of subjects. There is a lot I still have to learn, and that's part of why I want to start doing these types of streams, is because I want to learn. I want to see what other people are interested in, and I love having conversations. So that's why we're doing this. And yeah, like I'm saying, basically, I just want to clarify. I'm very ignorant on a lot of stuff. So if I say something that's not true or incorrect, please inform me. I want to be correct on the stuff I'm saying, and I want to expand my knowledge, I guess. It sounds weird. But yeah. Mona, hello, welcome. I guess no, this is I already have a bunch of topics written down that we could talk about, just in case we finish a certain topic and there's no other suggestions. So I'll just move on to something else that I've already got written down. With that being said, do you have anything that really intrigues you or interests you that we could talk about? What we're going to do here is we're going to go over really whatever topics that you guys find interesting, and we will research them and look them up on the internet. That's why I got my handy dandy web browser here open. I am ready. It says estimated earnings so far this month is 0.010 bats, which is the cryptocurrency for Brave. But I don't think I've earned anything quite yet. Google knows all. Yes. Oh, damn. Trackers and ads have been blocked. That's how many have been blocked from using Brave. I'm actually using DuckDuckGo instead of Google. Same thing though, right? And welcome back, Shelby. If you or Mona or Olivia have any subjects that you guys find intriguing or interesting, throw them on out there, or I'll just go ahead and get started on something I've got written down. But this stream is not only for me, but for you guys. I want to know what interests you guys. I want to know more about you guys, and in return, you guys are gonna learn more about me. Hey, Worst Gamers, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hey, you are absolutely correct. You do have a founder's badge. That is awesome. Damn. Let me see tats. Okay, I've got the solar system, all of our planets. I've got a pyramid with a clock around it. Let's see if I can get my long sleeve all the way up here. I've got, let's move my mic. I've got the Big Dipper. I don't know if you can see that one. And then I've got a raven right here. Thank you. You hate socks. That's something. Why do you hate socks, Shelby? That's socks is a good one to get started with, I guess, before we delve into some deeper shit. Yeah, why do you hate socks? Do I like lasagna? I love lasagna, actually. And what can I cook? Well, I cooked spaghetti for my first time the other day. Does that count as something? They're uncomfortable. I could agree to you partly, Shelby, if you're going to sleep with your socks still on. That is what's uncomfortable. But, you know, wearing shoes and stuff, I definitely prefer having shoes or socks on. You just made enchiladas. They're so good. Enchiladas is another good food. I love enchiladas. Okay, so I guess I'll get started with something. What about our oceans? Last time we talked a little bit about our oceans, and I think we just found out that literally only like there's 80% or over 80% of our oceans that are undiscovered. Or how much of the oceans have we explored? I guess that's another way to put it. It is said that humans have managed to explore only about 5% of the ocean floor. So, damn, I guess 95% of our oceans are still unexplored. And what's really cool is, I mean, for that 5% we have found ancient sites that that could have only been placed there, like when the last time the sea level was that low, which I think there's like ancient sites that are like 400 feet below sea level. So they had to have been there long enough to be established there before the sea rose, 400 feet or something like that. I could be way off with that number, and we could look into that if you guys want to. But I just think it's eerie, but also really fascinating to think about how much or how little of our oceans we truly know about. People keep gifting you socks. Wearing socks in water would be really uncomfortable. You love oceans and looking up creepy deep sea creatures? Let's do that real quick. I remember seeing a really long time ago something. Are these real creatures? I remember seeing a really long time ago, maybe like a year or 2 years now, where they caught on camera like an enormous, I think, shark. Like it was so big that they were thinking it could have been like a megalodon or something, which I mean, I don't know if that's true, but it was ginormous, whatever it was that they caught on camera. It was a deep sea video camera though, so there wasn't that much light, and the object that they caught was really kind of hard to see, and yeah, basically just hard to see. Like, what the hell is this thing? I mean, if you want to look for aliens, look no further. Look into our oceans. Damn. Way too deep, I guess. The oceans. Yeah. So there's what the Marina Trench. I think isn't that deeper than what our tallest mountain is? Hey, Raptor, welcome, buddy. It's good to see you. I've watched a documentary where they found Stonehenge that's huge under the ocean. I believe that. Cuppa, welcome, welcome, buddy. How is it going? Welcome to another Talking Realism. Except this one is the first officially titled name for these kinds of streams we're going to be doing. Aren't some of these pretty weird? Kind of terrifying. Like the really deep sea creatures, like I think their eyes look really, really strange and weird. Like, what the hell is this thing right here? That kind of reminds me of those fossils that they find. I don't even know what they're called, honestly. That's kind of eerily similar to a human face. My goodness. The fuck? I don't think that's real. There's no way that's real. How deep is our oceans? The Marina Trench, the anglerfish, for example. The anglerfish is what? The one with the light bulb, right? Like, isn't that kind of fascinating? There's literally a fish that has a light bulb, like, growing on it. And it's not, I mean, obviously not like a light bulb that we would use, but like an organic light bulb. How the hell do you even, like, grow something like that? What kind of evolution did that thing have to go through to be able to grow a fucking light on it? You know, and since there's 95% of our ocean that is undiscovered, I mean, who's to say there's not even deeper points in our ocean than the Marina Trench? There are 4 divisions of the deep sea ocean: the littoral, bathyal, abyssal, and hadal zones. The littoral zones range from the ocean surface to 0.2 kilometers deep. Blah, 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 blah. The hadal comes from the word Hades, which is a mythological term used to refer to the abode of the dead, and refers to the Greek, the god of the underworld. I think that's just a typo. The Greek god of the underworld, who was the brother of Zeus and Poseidon. It doesn't say how deep that goes, though. This zone makes up only 2% of the ocean floor, but accounts for 45% of the total depth range of the oceans. But that's the thing, though. Like, how do they know that's the deepest point of the ocean if there's 95% of our oceans that are undiscovered? Raptor, since you're just getting here, do you have anything that really interests you or intrigues you? Wait, what's crazy? Oh, you watch too many ocean docs? Like, they took Animal Planet away? You think the storyline of Ark is really interesting and it intrigues you? Well, what about the storyline of Ark is intriguing to you? Um, Ancient sites in the ocean. I think that's pretty cool. I was watching a Joe Rogan podcast with Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson, And Graham Hancock, I don't think he discovered it, but he was talking about how he visited this area that's under the ocean, that it's like a pillar, and they know it's man-made because of like holes that were drilled into it that is similar to holes that they would find in other ancient sites in like Egypt or like in the South America, like the Aztec or Mayan ancient sites. These images are really small though, and hard to look at if they're all going to look like that. Like, what kind of image is that? What would this be? This would be like, well, probably a sunken ship. Shipwrecks thousands of feet below the Gulf of Mexico. You know how cool it would be to be able to operate a submarine like that and go into the ocean and just, I don't know, find whatever. It's kind of cool. Like, uh, how long ago would these sites have to have been built to, and then to be covered by the ocean? You know what I mean? Like, how many years had passed for it to be this far underwater? You think there's an ancient city in Greece or Rome? Is it Atlantis? Watch Drain the Oceans on Disney Plus. It's very good. I don't have Disney Plus, but if I ever get it, I definitely will check it out. Do you guys remember Meerkat Manor? They used to have big turf wars. That was the drama I grew up on. Very nice. Meerkats are freaking adorable. The idea of scuba diving is intriguing, but the reality of it is way too scary. I've actually thought, like, I really want to get my scuba diving license and go scuba diving. I would absolutely love to do something like that, or snorkeling or something. Lost more than 1600 years ago, Cleopatra's palace, as well as the temple of Isis, was discovered. Not the bad Isis that we think of today. Isis is, I think, an Egyptian god. Was discovered in the archaeological waters of Alexandria. Legend holds that Cleopatra and Mark Antony committed suicide to avoid capture by the Romans, who in turn destroyed and dispersed their belongings. Up to date, archaeologists have found 3 areas where they believe their tomb to be. More than 140 artifacts have been excavated so far, and excavation work continues to this day at the submerged royal quarters. Archaeologists are also researching the probability of an underwater museum at the site. That would be kind of weird. An underwater museum. I guess you could only go to that museum if you are scuba diving, right?
Ancient Egypt.
It's a 9-minute video.
One of the 7 wonders. While
have is a center line.
Yeah. Oh shit, look at this. You know what I also want to learn? I want to learn how to read hieroglyphics. I think that'd be kind of cool. You could probably just Google it and find it for free. Let's do that. Obviously, probably can't play it on stream, otherwise I could get in some trouble. What's it about, though? Raptor, the part of just how going from peaceful planet on the island to quite literally a psychopathic scientist doing experiments on himself to then later become the true antagonist of Ark. I honestly, like, I don't know anything really about the storyline of Ark. Too many things could go wrong down there. That is very true. As a matter of fact, did you know that underwater welders are one of the most paid trades? I don't know if it's in the world, but at least in the US, because It's super dangerous, obviously, to do underwater welding. Since I'm in construction, the trades, we've actually we've had to watch some videos of of shit that could go wrong because they want safety to be on our minds all the time. And we were shown one of these videos of underwater divers, and when they're working on pipes, like there's so much pressure underwater that in this video there was a hole in a pipe, like probably about yay big, right? And this guy, an entire full 6 foot 200-pound dude, right? He got sucked into a hole this big, literally just fucking whooped right into a hole that big. Like it was on video too. So like my brain cannot comprehend how something like that could even like be possible. It's just, that is kind of crazy that could even happen. X-Ray the Earth on Disney Plus is pretty good. Huh. I'm gonna have to probably get Disney Plus. What are all these? I thought Disney Plus was just gonna be like Disney movies and Disney shows and stuff. I didn't know they were gonna be doing like documentaries and stuff too. Tesla's gigafactories are pretty sweet. They'd probs not take over the power generator industry, I'm assuming, yet due to fossil fuels having big money in it. It's like giga. Okay, so I got a question about Tesla. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm very ignorant and I'm not knowledgeable in a lot of topics, so correct me if I'm wrong. Everyone is on these factories are freaking huge. My good, I don't think that's obviously not an actual building, but just the idea of the building, my god. Okay, so anyways, back to Tesla cars is what I'm referring to. Tesla cars, they're supposed to be good for the environment, right? They've got zero transmission, so when you're driving it, you're not contributing to global warming or whatever. Hey, Kelp, welcome, buddy. But the lithium-ion batteries that go into making these Tesla cars, don't they use extremely rare materials and minerals and are actually really harmful to the environment and contribute way more to what would be global warming? Isn't that actually a thing? I guess we could look into it. Are Tesla batteries back? Met a girl in Among Us and she asked for my Snapchat. Oh, Kelp. That's awesome. They've built one of the gigafactories. It's huge. Where'd they build it at? You declined because it's probably some 40-year-old Indian man. You never know, man. You never know. But, I mean, people do get catfished a lot, so. Was it me? Just kidding, I'm native, not Indian. Wait, did I miss something? Are you talking about kelp? Are you catfishing kelp? You can't remember? It was on YouTube though. I look like I'm part of the article? What are you talking about? Oh wait. I never moved my cam back over to its original spot. Here we go. I just realized that. I'm sorry. Okay, Tesla's new batteries may be harder on the environment than you think. What kind of materials is used in the creation of one of these batteries, I wonder? I remember like a Tesla car catching on fire, and it did not look good. And I remember hearing that if one of those batteries catch on fire, it's actually extremely bad. Like, it's extremely bad for the environment if a Tesla car is on fire. I spelled Tess instead of Tesla. Okay, so maybe it was this video I was thinking of. The video I saw, it was like on a highway, and it was just, I think the engine was on fire, and there were like huge plumes of really, really dark, thick black smoke. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. But anyways, this is just what I've heard. I don't know if it's true, but I've heard that the batteries in these Tesla cars are actually really, really bad for the environment. People think that they are doing good by driving these cars when, in fact, they are not because of the batteries. But I mean, I guess this is something that requires more looking into before we have a final opinion on it, right? You don't even have Snapchat. I have not been on my Snapchat in years. Alrighty, Raptor, you have a good meal with your grandma, man. Yeah, we'll catch you later. Well, it's not the being disposed of part, it's the creation of them. I really honestly don't feel like reading through all this right now, but I'll look into it after stream or something, and I'll read that article. And not just that one. I'll look at more. Okay, so let's talk about something that is interesting, like really interesting. What about a couple? Since we couldn't talk about it last time, buddy, would you like to delve into some time travel talks? What kind of stuff about time travel do you think was is this what I saw? Would you like to talk about? Like what kind of paradoxes or anything would you like to talk about? I don't think that was it. Time travel already exists. What makes you say that, Kelp? Oh, I guess because of the different time zones, if you fly from one state to the other side of the world or the other side of the states, you technically are time traveling, because by the time you arrive, it's going to be, you know, a couple hours ahead or a couple hours behind, depending on which way you fly. Time is simply the fourth dimension. Well, that's interesting. Why do you say that? What makes time the fourth dimension? And how do you know this when we can't even comprehend or see what the fourth dimension would be? I'm interested. You've caught my fancy. What about the have you guys seen those photos of supposed time travelers caught in old pictures where they're talking on cell phones? Okay, obviously this one is totally photoshopped. This doesn't even look like she's holding a cell phone. It looks like she's itching her face. I remember I remember this was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago now. There was a lot of um videos and stuff going around of someone in a crowd who it looked like they were on a phone. That could totally be a old school. That is a camera, an old school camera that they, because cameras back then were really bulky. That's exactly what it looks like to me. So I honestly don't know if I believe these time travel pictures that at least used to be lots of hype behind. If you've watched Interstellar, that has a type of time manipulation in it. Interstellar is a fantastic movie, and I could watch that. I don't even know how many more times over again. There's a thing where if you are on a high gravity environment, time moves slightly faster. High gravity environment. What gravity environment? What do you mean by that? Like if you're on a different planet that has higher gravity? If you had higher gravity, wouldn't you be like compressed down closer to Earth or to the planet even? How would that make time? How would that have anything to do with time? And what kind of podcaster do I remind you of? That honestly, that's kind of what this kind of stream reminds me of. Is somewhat of a podcast, but it's not really a podcast because I don't have someone else in the room chatting with me. I'm chatting with all of you guys, which is really cool. That guy holding an umbrella at JFK's assassination has been theorized to be a time traveler. Guy holding umbrella. I didn't spell that right. At JFK. Before we talk about this umbrella dude, do you guys watch what is that show on Netflix? Son of a bitch. I really liked it. I'm completely drawing a blank. Umbrella Academy. Yes, that show. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's if you guys haven't seen it yet, I really recommend it. It's a really good show. I'm not sure. It's just a thing I heard. Well, we could. I want to look into that. The time travel is definitely a really interesting theory to look into. What is Umbrella Man though? So, the reason I asked if you guys have watched Umbrella Academy is because in the second season, um, I didn't know this, but I guess apparently the Umbrella Man was a real thing. But in that show, there is something to do with an Umbrella Man, so that's why it reminded me of it. This guy? This looks like some Men in Black type dude. It looks like he's dressed for the occasion. Just got pranked on Apex Legends, got second place. How do you get pranked? You definitely should, T-Mac. It's a really good show. Might have been messed up for me to say, but I mean, doesn't it? Everyone else is all dressed normal and shit. This guy's dressed like he's ready for a funeral. I mean, I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying this guy knew or something, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did know that it was going to happen. Want to know why? Because obviously someone knew it was going to happen because it happened. And I mean, there are some conspiracy theories we could get into if you guys want to about the JFK thing, but conspiracy theories I feel like would be I mean, they're interesting, but you gotta take them with a grain of salt. You can't believe everything you read or see or hear. You know what I mean? Second season was a bit meh as an ending. Second season, I thought the second season ending was terrific. I'm really excited to see what season 3 is gonna be. That was some that was like some what the fuck kind of stuff is going on here. All right, I want to get back onto the. Let me know if you guys want to dive into some conspiracy theories type talk. But before we do anything like that, I want to check more into time travel. I guess proof time travel exists. 10 most compelling places or pieces of evidence that may prove time travel. Who's to say that's just not Nicolas Cage's great grandfather or something? You know what I mean? Have you guys ever seen pictures of, someone's granddaughter and then their grandma? A side-by-side picture of, around the same age time or frame or whatever. They look almost every single time, they look very identical. So, I mean, this kind of stuff does not prove nothing. Imagine the doctor was real. I mean, like, could you imagine you got some sort of time machine and you could just travel to whatever timeline you wanted? Ancient Egypt or the Aztecs, anything like that, ancient times, probably ancient Egypt, is really fascinating to me. Like, probably one of the subjects I'm most intrigued by. I would probably travel to ancient Egypt just to see what it was like. Did you guys know that there's limestone residue on the blocks of the Pyramid Giza? And so the pyramids used to be covered in smooth limestone. So imagine it looking super smooth, covered in limestone with a gold cap on it. Now, why would it look like that? And I don't know how they know that there was a gold cap on it, but they do know that it was covered in limestone and it used to look smooth. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be like in the movies. Like, if you go back in time, then do something, it'd do something to your present. Yes, the butterfly effect. Like, for example, you go back in time and that's what the butterfly effect essentially is, right? You go back in time and you accidentally step on a butterfly or something and you kill it, right? Then what you did was very minuscule or small, you would think, right? But then it's got all of these impacts that grow to be something major later on down the timeline. If you guys haven't yet, I do recommend watching that Ashton Kutcher movie, literally titled The Butterfly Effect. So here basically is what the butterfly effect is. In chaos theory, the butterfly effect is the sensitive dependence on initial conditions in which a small change in one state of a deterministic nonlinear system can result in large differences in a later state. The term butterfly effect is closely associated with the work of Edward Lorenz. It is derived from the metaphorical example of the details of a tornado, the exact time of formation, the exact path taken, being influenced by minor perturbations. The fuck, man, these words, such as distant butterfly flapping its wings several weeks earlier. Lorenz discovered the effect when he observed that runs of his weather model with initial condition data were that. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm terrible at reading sometimes, and I just lost my spot. With initial condition data that were rounded in a seemingly inconsequential manner. He noted that the weather model would fail to reproduce the results of runs with the unrounded initial condition data. Okay, I'm going to stop reading for now because apparently I can't read today. I was doing fine with reading last time. But anyways, basically, I guess that's the butterfly effect. Because if you go back then, technically that becomes your future. So changing something there does nothing when you return. That's just how I think it'd work. Well, I mean, I think the butterfly effect has value behind its meaning, because I mean, you go back and I mean, I don't know. Is it possible that you go back in time and you try to change something for the better? So say you go back and you change, I don't know, say you go back in time and you're able to stop the 9/11 attacks, right? So then you go back to your current future or your current present, which would be now. What would today look like if 9/11 never happened? Obviously, we don't know because, I mean, it happened and we don't know what it would look like, but we could speculate, right? So if it never happened, we would have never gone to war in Afghanistan. And I'm just, throwing shit out there. I don't know what it would actually be like. We wouldn't have the extra security in airports that we do today, and extra security and surveillance around, I don't know, literally everything. But what bad could come from it if you went back in time to stop something like that from happening? I mean, personally, I can't think of anything because, I mean, all I think about is, how many lives would be saved if someone was able to prevent something like that from happening. But what bad could come from it? I don't know. Do you guys have any ideas? Yeah, watching old movies pre 9/11 when they're in airports is insane. Yeah, definitely. I was actually watching an Adam Sandler movie the other day. What is it? Big Daddy. And I mean, I don't remember them being in an airport really, but it just showed an image of the Twin Towers, and I was like, oh shit, this movie's that old. I didn't realize it came out before 9/11. Then they go home and people, would make new choices and maybe end up dead or something. That's true. Those people could... Okay, so let's say... I don't know. I honestly don't know. Did you guys know that I think a week before the Twin Towers fell, the guy who owned the buildings pulled out or added to his insurance claim something for terrorist attacks. So if a terrorist attack ever happened, he would be compensated for damages, like a week before the attacks happened. Yeah, let's check that out. I don't know who owned the World Trade Center. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Who owned it is what I want to know. I used to be obsessed with looking into 9/11 stuff. It's just, it's really, really sad. Larry Silverstein is his name. I don't know, yeah. Larry Silverstein Insurance World Trade Center. I guess would be a thing to look up. Did a World Trade Center lease shareholder? I gotta slow down with my eyes or something. I'm reading. I don't know. Like terrorism insurance just before 9/11. A long-standing urban legend holds that World Trade Center leaseholder Larry Silverstein took out terrorism. I don't know that word. I don't even know what that means. Took out terrorism insurance just months before 9/11. Okay, so maybe it was fake news. World Trade Center leaseholder Larry Silverstein bought terrorism insurance 2 months before 9/11, then collected double its value on the grounds that there were 2 attacks. Some of the most persistent contemporary legends about the 9/11 attacks involve people supposedly benefiting from foreknowledge of the event, whether it be a group of World Trade Center workers who fortuitously called in sick and escaped certain death that day. Or, I mean, come on, you call in sick. Everyone does that every single day, right? Or investors who... Why do they keep using this word? I don't know how to say it. Put options on United and American Airlines stocks immediately before the attacks, thus profiting when the prices of those stocks fell afterwards. American businessman Larry Silverstein, who famously signed a 99-year lease on the World Trade Center complex in June 2001, 2 months before the attacks, is at a center of another story about profiting from the event. Simpsons predicted every major event up to date. You know what? That is something that you saying that just now gave me goosebumps. That okay. This is just one of the things. All right, The Simpsons predicting Trump. So in 2000, they predicted him coming down the famous elevator or whatever, and him talking. But not only that, I mean, that, sure, whatever, that could be a coincidence, right? They were trying to make they said that they were trying to make a funny thing, and they were trying to think of the most ridiculous thing that they could come up with at the time, and they said it would be Trump becoming president, which would be this image of him coming down the elevator, which really happened. I remember seeing the video of it, right? Okay, and then there was another one. This one. Like, that's pretty eerie, isn't it? But okay, also think of this. Like, what if Trump was like, you know what, this would really fuck with people if I did shit that came out of The Simpsons, and they would think, you know, The Simpsons are predicting stuff. This is another thing. Look, New York, $9. Isn't that kind of that's eerie, isn't it? I mean, is it a coincidence? What do you guys think? Or do you think they actually subliminally foreshadowed what is going to happen? Is everything that happened actually planned like this? Did someone there actually know, or was it coincidence? That's what they say about 9/11, yes. Buck Gaming, welcome, buddy. It is good to see you. So I guess we will be getting into some conspiracy talk, right? So the official story is for 9/11 is that there were planes that were hijacked and crashed into the Twin Towers for attacks on America because terrorists hate America, right? That's what the official story is, or something like that. The planes were hijacked and flown into the tower, right? So 2 towers fell because of planes being flown into the towers. What about World Trade Center 7? What about that tower? Tower 7. Did you guys know that there was a 3rd tower that fell that day? And Buck, you are coming in at a interesting time because I didn't know we would I didn't even know we would be talking about 9/11 today, to be honest, or The Simpsons predicting shit. But here we are. And that's what I kind of think is interesting about this kind of a stream is literally anything could come up and we could talk about anything. Did you guys hear? It sounds like Biden won the election for our. Biden is going to be our next president, is what it sounds like. Just months before 9/11, the World Trade Center's lease was sold to Larry Silverstein. Silverstein took out an insurance plan for fortuitously covered terrorism. After 9/11, Silverstein took the insurance company to court, claiming he should be paid double because there were 2 attacks. He won and was awarded $4.55 billion. He won $4 billion. While the story obviously contains elements of fact, it is also partly fiction, most notably the implication made via the use of scare quotes around the world fortuitous. That Silverstein's decision to purchase terrorism insurance just before 9/11 was no mere coincidence. Okay, so what's the truth then? There are several underlying assumptions at work here that the World Trade Center must not have had terrorism insurance before Silverstein took over. That selecting such coverage was purely optional, and that because he chose to buy such coverage when he did, Silverstein must have known in advance that and when terrorists would strike. It's important to note that despite appearances, Silverstein wasn't actually the sole leaseholder of the World Trade Center. He led a consortium of investors and lenders, which included GMAC Commercial Mortgage, a General Motors subsidiary, blah, 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 and real estate investor Lloyd Goldman. All these entities had a voice in deciding how much insurance coverage the properties would have, and each had some claim on whether insurance monies were paid out. So did they all get a payout though? Yep. His vice president was female. Have you guys seen that video of have you guys seen this video?
That's really
black media because my wife has to go on at. I can't do that to white media and black media because my wife. I'm in
New York, VP Biden.
I will.
It's a long
Hold
way.
on.
But I tell you, if you have a problem figuring,
We got more questions.
All right, this
I
part.
will.
It's a long way until November. We got more questions.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
It don't have nothing to do with Trump. It has.
That's kind of a weird thing to say, isn't it? What do you guys think of that statement?
I want to move on to Iowa, if I can, because Joe Biden gave
Here's another one.
Somehow, if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
What about that statement? I am doing good, Ivan. Thank you for asking. Thank you for stopping by and checking out this stream. This is This is a talking realism stream, obviously by the title. So we're just chilling and talking about whatever here on this stream. So if you've got anything that intrigues you or interests you, please feel free to lay it out on the table and we can pick up a discussion about it, which would be really interesting and a lot of fun, I think. Did you guys hear that statement? As a poor kid, it's inspiring to know that one day with hard work and determination, I too could be a white kid. So much anxiety is lifted since he won. Did you I'm not. Here's my view on it. All right, I'm not for either side. But
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
wow. I mean, I'm not only. I mean, I wouldn't only say nothing about Biden. I think Trump is a piece of shit too. Literally, he's on TV saying if his daughter wasn't his daughter, he would have sex with her. That is fucked. And not only that, he was friends with Jeffrey Epstein, which is also fucked. I mean, if you're friends with that guy, you know there's some shady shit going on. Right? Like, my God. I want to get your guys' opinion on The Simpsons predicting stuff. What do you think? Do you think it's real, or do you think it's just some kind of coincidence that that this happened? Or do you think that they knew something? This episode is from The Simpsons in 1997. So this was 4 years before it actually happened. Both old racist white men. Yep. I think that they are both racist for sure. Not only that, I think they are both pedophiles. Someone younger with a fresh perspective that knows what they're doing should be the one to run your country, yeah? I absolutely agree. I don't think... that couldn't be more truer than what you just said. I think we need a younger, more... a younger, knowledgeable person to run our country. I think the two options we had to choose between were completely fucked. Kamala Harris is great. I honestly don't know too much about Kamala Harris. What makes you say that she's great? Wasn't she running for president and Biden was bashing her before he had her become his vice president? That's a warning that we all still missed. Well, yeah, it's because they didn't focus on it, right? It was subliminal. So this snippet, this image, right? How long was it actually shown in the episode for? Probably, what, a couple seconds? I mean, I honestly don't know. Is this real? Eddie Bravo? Anyways. There are actually a lot of family that lost family members on 9/11 that think 9/11 was an inside job. I'm not saying anything here. I'm not saying it was. I'm not saying it wasn't. All right. We're just talking here. She is younger and she's a woman of color who can actually speak and take action for women and people of color and has promised to do so. You know, another thing that really bothered me is the campaign speeches for Biden and Trump, right? I've tried watching both of them, and they're not talking about what their campaign is going to do to be better for our country, or what they're going to do as president. What it mostly was just one side bashing the other side. That's not what these campaign speeches are meant to be for. They're supposed to be talking about their plans and what they're going to do for our country, right? This whole thing is was just a mess. That's the umbrella of why you like her, but I can't really type out specifics. No worries. Viper, welcome. Since you're just arriving here, Viper, I got a question for you. Is there anything that you find intriguing or interesting that you would like to discuss? And by the way, I don't know if you heard yet, but Biden did win the presidency, at least from what I'm hearing. What was she? Was district attorney of San Francisco from 2004 to 2011? Was she like in Congress or anything? Attorney General of California from 2000 to 2011 to 2017. That's pretty recent. What'd she do from 2017 till now? Oh yeah, so she was in the U.S. Senate. I need to look into more of this kind of stuff. Honestly, like I've said this lots already this stream, and I'll say it probably lots more. I'm very ignorant on a lot of topics, and honestly, our election system, the way our government works, and stuff like that is one of the topics I'm very ignorant on, and I need to catch up and brush up on how our government and our country operates. So. What do you guys want to talk about? You want to look more into Larry Silverstein's insurance claim for the terrorist attacks? How he won $4.5 billion from the claims. Apparently, he took out the claims a week or weeks before the attacks. We could go back to time travel. We could look up JFK stuff if you guys want to, or we could talk about something completely different. I've got lots of stuff here written down that we could talk about. Fucking shout out to the first woman vice president, though. Kamala Harris. Yep. Wait. Who was Bill Clinton's vice president? It wasn't his husband, or it wasn't his wife, right? Hillary Clinton. Is she really the first woman vice president? That's pretty cool. Okay, just kidding. Gotta go. Okie dokie. Well, we'll catch you later then, Viper. Thank you for stopping by, and I'll see you later, alligator. You know, something that doesn't really sit right for me is how much we worship Thomas Edison when he was actually kind of a huge dick. Like, yeah, he did contribute to some of the technologies we use, but I think like what was it, 80% of what Nikola Tesla invented is what we're still using today in our smartphones, computers, cars, and of the sorts. No worries, Viper. Oh, actually, you know what? Here's something we could talk about. What do you guys think about Neuralink? Do you know what it is? Neuralink Corporation is an American neurotechnology company founded by Elon Musk and others developing implantable brain-machine interfaces, BMIs. The company's headquarters are in San Francisco. It was started in 2016 and was first publicly reported in March 2017. Neuralink, it's a I don't know if it's a chip. It's something that they implant into your fucking brain that supposedly could help you become smarter, and it helps you, I don't know, be better at everything. My issue with this is it's an electronic, right? Electronics get hacked. What if someone hacks into your Neuralink that is implanted in your brain and can control you to do shit? Fuck yes. I would be I would never get it, I don't think. I wouldn't be for it. Sounds like the beginning of Terminator. There's always an episode of SpongeBob that it's I don't know why, but it keeps coming up in my mind for like the end of the world type shit. Am I spelling that right? Sponge. I think it's in the movie. The SpongeBob movie. I can't really remember the movie, all right? But basically what it was, I think Plankton was putting these buckets onto all of the fishies' heads, right? The fishies. And he was controlling them, right? And when this was happening, it was showing the Bikini Bottom looking very dark, right? It looked like a really bad place to be. I want to see. And honestly, the Neuralink kind of reminds me of it because like, I mean, obviously the Neuralink isn't a bucket, right? But if something were to happen, obviously you could be controlled by it, right? I mean, it's taking control of your neurons or whatever. That could it control you? Could it make you do things that you've got no say in? They addressed these common questions in one of the conferences. I watched it a while back. Okay, so what's here's finally, this is what I'm talking about. They're just controlled robots, right? Which another thing is, have you guys seen that YouTube video, I Am Goat 2? Or I Pet Goat? Where's the original one? I want to know if you guys watched it. If you haven't watched it, if none of you guys have seen this, okay, well, I guess we don't have to watch it. But there's a part in this video that sticks out to me too. It's a 7-minute, 30-second video. So here's a kid laying on the ground with his brain basically not there, right? It's being controlled by this lizard man. And going through his eyes, all he's seeing is all of these, you know, right here it says war coverage, the stock market, just nonstop news about everything, which is literally what's taking place today, right? And not only that, but this video was made after 9/11, but it talks about, okay, so for one, it talks about how our presidents are basically just puppets. The United States flag being ripped apart, being torn in two, which I mean is kind of, I feel like, the state we're in right now, right? I feel like our country's divided as hell, which I really wish it wasn't. I wish we could find common ground and just come together. And, you know, yes, there are issues in this country, but because there's issues in this country, we don't have to hate each other. We could, let's fucking discuss shit, right? Let's work shit out. You know, it shows Twin Towers coming down. I mean, if you guys want to watch this, we can. If you don't, you know, we don't have to. But it's just, I don't know why I even brought that up. It sticks with me because it feels like that is kind of what's going on right now. Alongside with this, you know, if Neuralink ever comes out, I think it's possible. It's got to be possible to hack. If not possible to hack, it's going to be possible for someone to be able to control it, I think. But yeah. Okay, so I want to look more into Neuralink. Overview: electrodes. By 2018, the company had remained highly secretive about its work since its launch. Although public records showed that it had sought to open an animal testing facility in San Francisco, it subsequently started to carry out research at the University of California, Davis. In 2019, Neuralink held a live-streamed presentation at the California Academy of Sciences. The proposed future technology involves a module placed outside the head that wirelessly receives information from thin, flexible electrode threads embedded in the brain. The system could include as many as 3,072 electrodes per array distributed across 96 threads, each 4 to 6 UM in width. I don't know how big that is. As Musk described it, it's like a Fitbit in your skull with tiny wires. The threads would be embedded by a robotic apparatus with the intention to avoid damaging blood vessels. Currently, electrodes are still too big to record the firing of individual neurons, so they can record only the firing of a group of neurons. Neuralink representatives believe this issue might get mitigated algorithmically. God damn it. But it's computationally expensive and does not produce exact results. In July 2020, according to Musk, Neuralink obtained a FDA breakthrough device designation, which allows limited human testing under the FDA guidelines for medical devices. God damn. So are they already putting this in people? Curious. What do you guys think? Neuralink. I was watching one. I think it's this one. Where they already have it in pigs.
I call it like the Three Little Pigs demo. Here, the beeps you're hearing are real-time signals from the Neuralink in Gertrude's head.
So basically, whenever
connects to
I guess he'll explain it.
That are in her snout. So whenever she snuffles around and touches something with her snout, that sends out neural spikes, which are detected here. And so on the screen, you can see each of the spikes from the thousand.
So basically, it's recording anytime anything touches the pig's snout because it's sending releases from the snout to the brain, and it's firing off neurons because the pig is touching shit with its nose. I don't know what they could do with that kind of data, but that's currently what that Neuralink is doing. You'd be fine with having one personally? I don't I don't think I would be. I don't think I would want I don't think I would want something like that in my brain, just because of the sheer fact that it'd probably be possible to be hacked into. They say that even if they say it's not, it's got to be. What can Neuralink do? What could it do?
In the most recent addition to the Black Mirror series is create. There was one specific moment of the entire series.
Oh, I've seen this
that caught my
episode.
attention.
A receiver?
To Neuralink, to a cyborg. Not a super strong cyborg, but a super smart one. It was founded in 2016 in response to the fast-growing AI industry. The argument is that if we can't stop computers eventually outsmart humans, we need to be one of them. I don't want to go into the specifics of Neuralink.
Okay, I just want to know what it could do.
You're on correctly. Neuralink wants to rewire the circuit so that the paralyzed walk, the blind see, the deaf hear.
Okay, I remember this. So like it could help people regenerate shit in people's legs that can't walk, that are, they're paralyzed in their legs. It could help regenerate stuff in their legs. It could help heal people's eyes, so if they're blind, they could start seeing. If you're deaf, you could be able to hear again.
Treat other neurological disorders such as depression, insomnia, Alzheimer's. The battery lasts a full day and can be charged inductively as you sleep, possibly by wearing a nightcap, according to Musk, although it may not look exactly like this one. The prototype is different than 2019's. That one required an external earpiece, whereas the latest version involves just the chip sitting in the skull.
It's kind of like a Fitbit in your skull with tiny wires.
The wires.
I am going to have to agree with Monopolist on this one. It sounds ominous. Ominous as fuck.
The electrodes figure out what's happening in the brain by reading the signals sent by the neurons and then stimulating as many neurons as possible. This technology is not new, but what makes Neuralink drastically different from other neural
Hey Tycho, it's good to see you, buddy.
is that it will insert
What about you?
significantly
What's your
more
opinion on
electrodes to
Neuralink?
stimulate neurons on a scale never seen before. As a comparison, Utah Array is considered one of the best BMIs out there right now and has been used to study conditions like epilepsy. It has around 100 electrode channels, whereas the current version of Neuralink has more than 1,000 and possibly
Super
much
sketch.
more in the future.
No way to avoid
Also,
the ads.
The threads are thinner and more
You just you're walking down the street and a bunch of random ads popping up in your freaking site.
flexible, greatly reducing the risk of piercing blood vessels.
That's true.
And potentially causing catastrophic damage.
Could you imagine something like that happening? Like, what if a company paid to have ads put onto your Neuralink that you can never look away from?
But that
And then another thing is, okay, so sure, possibilities are that it could cure your deafness, it could cure your blindness, it could regenerate cells in your body so you're not paralyzed in a specific limb anymore. It helps you be smarter, it helps you do this, helps you do that, right? Build whatever. Can't they make you probably see shit that's not there as well? Like Tycho just suggested, ads. But what if it wasn't only ads? What if they make you see shit that could probably literally just torture someone? That's what I was just discussing. I was saying I don't think I could ever get myself to have a chip implanted in my brain because of hackers. It could get hacked, and then what can they do after basically they have full control of your brain? That's super sketch.
Doesn't mean humans are capable of the precision required for surgery. At the eventual cost of a few $1,000s to the patient, this robot could one day do the entire operation in under an hour, leaving the chip relatively concealed.
All you can see afterwards is this tiny scar, and if it's under your hair, you can't see it at all. In fact, I could have a Neuralink right now, and you wouldn't know. Maybe I do.
That's unlikely, since human trials haven't begun, but they have done.
Didn't they, in that one post we just read, didn't they say that they did get FDA approval to start doing it on humans?
So what we have in pen number 1 is Joyce.
Joyce.
Anywho. All right, well, I guess let's take a step back for a minute. Let's talk about something else. Do you guys let's talk about my state. I know everyone's um talking about the presidency and stuff right now, and this and that. What about the state I live in, Oregon? What are you guys' thoughts and opinions on my state completely decriminalizing, not completely, but they decriminalized drugs. So basically, if you have, keep in mind, this is small quantities. So if you've got a small quantity of hard drugs, cocaine, meth, or even psychedelic drugs like LSD or magic mushrooms, if you got a small quantity on them, you don't, it used to be, I think, a class A felony, and you'd get you would become a felon with these kinds of drugs on you. But now it's a class E violation. So basically all you would get is $100 ticket or the option to go to a mental health specialist and get mental health help, basically. And you won't go to jail, and basically a ticket or mental health help. What do you guys think about that? And not only that, but Oregon is, I believe, the first state to legalize psychedelic mushrooms, where you could, they're going to start opening up clinics, I believe, by 2023. And you could go to these clinics for therapeutic help with psychedelic mushrooms. What do you guys think of that? Twitch going ham with ads lately? Oh, I think it's because you're not a sub. Wait, why don't you have the sub badge? I thought you were a sub, Ty. Didn't you just you just subbed not that long ago, didn't you? Oregon is the. Hey, Michael, welcome, buddy. It's good to see you. That's good. You think it's a good thing? Oregon is best state to build a PC in. Also, recreational drug use is fine if you're not going anywhere or watching kids, I feel. Okay, I don't know why you guys are getting ads, because you're the second person to say that you got ads, and that's a subscriber. And let me pull up my thing here. Channel videos. I think it'd be here. Missions. I've got it set to where if you are a subscriber, you get ad-free viewing. See right here, ad-free viewing. It's turned on. Allow subscribers to watch your content on your channel ad-free. But people are still getting ads on my channel, and I don't know why. Maybe I should send an email to Twitch asking them, hey, what the hell's up? That's just a punitive measure for having uBlock. Oh, I don't think I even have you. I don't. Oh, you know what? I haven't really seen any ads, and I don't even have an ad blocker right now. I'm using Brave. It'll get fixed in a few days, most likely. Anyways. And okay, so I guess I'll just say, in my opinion, then I was trying to get your guys' opinions first, which Tycho and Michael, you guys think it's good. I am gonna have to agree. I think it's a good thing too, because instead of mass incarceration, it helps people actually get the help that they need, instead of throwing them in prison for having drugs on you. When, I mean, a lot of these people that get thrown in prison for having drugs on them, sure, it's a small amount, and they've never had a charge in their life before. Like, no violence activity on their record, no, the people that would never hurt another human being, being thrown into prison because they had some magic mushrooms on them or something. I think that's messed up, and I think it is better for people to get help instead of being mass incarcerated. And I think having this legalized in Oregon is a very good step, and I hope the rest of the states follow suit. Am I losing you guys? Buck, Mona, Shelby, Kappa, are you guys still here? Is there anything you guys would want to talk about? Like I said, I've got a list of topics here. If you guys don't have nothing that I could just start talking about, I suppose. But I really like hearing from you guys. I want to know what's interesting with you guys. Shelby, you are still here. What is a topic from you, Shelby? What is something that really interests you, really intrigues you? You're out of ideas? No worries. That could be anything. Or if you guys want to ask me questions, feel free to do that too. Yeah. Just trying the Age of Calamity demo. It moves so fast. Age of Calamity. I don't think I've heard of that. Oh, it's a Zelda game? Oh. Tycho, California restored the right to vote to people that are on parole and is expanding Consumer Privacy Act, which seems decent. What's the Consumer Privacy Act? I don't have a Switch, so I have not been able to play the what is it, Breath of Wilds. Though that game looks like a lot of fun, and I would love to give it a go. Or Breath of the Wind, Breath of the Wild. It looks like it would be a lot of fun. I wish I had a Switch so I could try it. Maybe someday. Banix, how's it going, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for stopping by and checking it out. I do appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Breath of the Wild. Dun dun dun. Okay, so let's move the topic to aliens. I like talking about aliens. So in the last stream I did, we talked about them for a little bit, and the possibility of aliens. I mean, the space is so vast and so big. I mean, there's got to be the possibility of them, right? Let's go back to this image for a second. The Andromeda Galaxy is so big. All of these stars are star systems. All these specks are stars with star systems, planets revolving around them, right? And there's so many different stars here in this photograph that it just looks like static, right? If you're up close. But I mean, zoom out a little bit. All these stars with planets revolving around them. And there's just one galaxy, right? There's how many galaxies in that how many recorded galaxies are there? This is my opinion that there's just so much out there that there's got to be other life out there, right? But with that being said, it doesn't have to be intelligent life forms. It could be microorganisms. Hey, Scorpion, welcome, buddy. It's good to see you. I was just starting to shift the topic to aliens, but since you just got here, I'll let you throw in a topic if you want to. If there's anything that interests you, Scorpion, anything that is intriguing to you, please feel free to lay it on the table. We could start talking about that, or we could go ahead and just keep on going with the alien topic. And I'm Caden. Okie dokie, I remember you. Your wife's an alien. Hey, maybe we are all aliens. And what about you, Caden? Is there anything that is really intriguing to you? A subject that that you like researching or looking into? Anything of the like? I wish I had more water right now. Maybe I'm an alien. You ever thought of that? If no one's got a topic, I'm gonna keep on going with the aliens. So last time, basically, that's what I just said is basically what we covered with aliens on our last talk. This time specifically, I kind of want to talk about the Anunnaki. Which, when I first heard about that, I thought it was just some kind of like Illuminati type, bull crap, or some kind of conspiracy theory type thing, or the CCPA is supposed to reduce the likelihood of businesses sharing, retaining for years sensitive personal information without consumer consent, and the collection of personal information of kids should help with identity theft or when they inevitably get hacked like Sony did back in the day. What does it give you guys any Facebook protections? Because Facebook is a huge ass data mining site for literally everybody. Got any suggestions of shows or movies I can watch? The Umbrella Academy. There's a new movie on Netflix that I thought was pretty good about Edward Snowden. So the Anunnaki, also transcribed as Anunnaki, blah, 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 are a group of deities who appear in the mythological traditions of the ancient Sumerians, Akkadians, Assyrians, and the Babylonians. Descriptions of how many Anunnaki there were and what role they fulfilled are inconsistent and often contradictory. In the earliest Sumerian writings about them, which come from the Akkadian period, the Anunnaki are the most powerful deities in the pantheon, descendants of An and Ki, the god of the heavens and the goddess of earth. And their primary function is to decree the fate of the Sumerians. Underworld. The Anunnaki are portrayed as 7 judges who sit before the throne of Ereshkigal in the underworld. Later, the Akkadian texts, such as the Epic of Gilgamesh, follow the portrayal. During the Old Babylon period, the Anunnaki, who were believed to be the chthonic deities of the underworld, while the gods of the heavens were known as the Igigi. The ancient Hittites, my goodness, identified the Anunnaki as the oldest generation of gods who had been overthrown and banished to the underworld by the younger gods. The Anunnaki have featured prominently in modern, of course they've got a picture of Graham Hancock. He's not even a scientist. Archaeological works. He's not even an archaeologist. He's a writer, such as the Book of Erich von Däniken. Anyways, the Anunnaki. I thought it was just like some kind of, when I first heard of it, I thought it was some sort of made up bo honky, right? But the interesting about the Anunnaki is that the oldest writings found to date, right? The oldest writings ever found, the oldest recorded writings mention the Anunnaki. And basically, from what I know, from what I've read or whatever, from looking into it, whatever, the alien heebie-jeebie stuff, So I'm not saying there's any truth behind this. And like that article was just saying, or Wikipedia was just saying, the stories are often contradictory, so they don't line up with each other, right? But apparently, from the scriptures that were found, the Anunnaki are gods that came from heaven, and they made man to mine gold for them. And it's like the origin history of where we come from is apparently what these old inscriptions are about. I'm not sure how far it could go since it's only state level, and the large corporations would probably need federal restrictions to make a meaningful difference. Well, I mean, we know that's not going to happen, right? Because the federal gets our data from them as well. I feel like it's a step in the right direction, at least. I could agree with you there, though. Definitely, for sure. I wish I had already had an article describing the story of this. Powerful manipulators, the history of the Anunnaki, the 14 tablets of. Is this what it was? The 14 tablets of Inki something? Have you guys ever heard of the Anunnaki? Why isn't this page loading? Jesus, and then okay, there it goes. It's believed around 445,000 years ago, ancient astronauts from another planet in the cosmos came to Earth in search of gold. In the 14 tablets of Inkai, one of the ancient, I want to search this, 14 tablets of Inkai. One of the ancient Anunnaki gods. The history of the Anunnaki is explained in great detail. The tablets also offer insight into the origin of life and how civilization came into existence on Earth. These ancient astronauts touched down in one of Earth's seas and established Eridu, home of the faraway. According to the translation of the author and researcher Zechariah Sitchin, the initial exploratory mission on Earth expanded into a full-fledged mission where the so-called Anunnaki established operative centers on Earth, the Moon, and even Mars. Eventually, the Anunnaki were short of manpower, so they employed genetic engineering to fashion primitive workers, aka Homo sapiens. That's something else I kind of discussed. I wasn't even thinking of this in the last stream, but that was something I kind of went over in the last stream was the story of Adam and Eve. And so basically, wasn't Adam made in the image of God, and then Eve was made with the rib bone of Adam, right? So, like if you think about it with technology-wise and shit that we know about today, doesn't that kind of sound like genetic engineering to you guys? Like taking a rib out of Adam to create another human being, a female version of a human being. To me, that sounds like it could definitely be some sort of genetic engineering. It says this expired. British Cuppa, I'm sorry, your message didn't show up. How long ago was that? Oh, that was a while ago, almost an hour ago. All I gathered from a video on Greek mythology is that Zeus is a man whore. I don't doubt that. I guess I'll just keep reading then. This is why I wanted more people to show up and chat today, and I was kind of excited for it, is because whenever I ask questions, I was kind of hoping to get some answers. It's okay though. I'll just go through web pages or whatever. I'll go through my list, I guess, and I'll just read shit, do some research, and then we'll see what happens with that. Today, when we speak about the Anunnaki, a lot of skepticism is present, and many reject the notion that the ancient space-faring astronauts called the Anunnaki touched down on Earth thousands of years ago before written history. However, numerous scholars and theologians have begun to recognize that the biblical tales of creation of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, the deluge, the Tower of Babel are in fact products of ancient texts written down millennia before in ancient Mesopotamia by the ancient Sumerians. The deluge, or the Great Deluge, that is I'm pretty sure the flood that happened during the Noah's Ark timeline. The Great Deluge is the Great Flood. The ancient Sumerians, on the other hand, claim that they obtained their knowledge of past events from the teachings and writings of the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, is what the Anunnaki means. Those who from heaven to earth came. Oh yeah, he cheated hella many times. I don't doubt that. I used to be really into Greek mythology, and I kind of want to get back into that. So maybe that is something we could get into. I would love to do that. What really I was fascinated in it before the first God of War came out, but after the first God of War, I was just like I was all in. Chapter 1.1. This tablet explains what appears to be to us an atomic war on Earth between the Anunnaki. The evil wind spoke of seems to be a radioactive cloud that kills everyone in its path, gods and mankind. One very interesting part is it says it is the worst thing to happen since the deluge, the flood. This tablet talks about, or chapter 1.2, this tablet talks about long ago on the Anunnaki's home planet Nibiru, or I guess people think it's like planet 9 in our solar system, which we don't really have a planet 9, but I guess NASA came out with an article saying that there's the possibility of another planet in our solar system that we have yet to discover. Why I think this topic is pretty interesting is because it talks about how the Anunnaki basically they came to Earth in search of gold because they needed gold because their atmosphere on Nibiru, or however the hell you say that, was deteriorating, and I'm just now thinking of this, but I don't know how they knew what the atmosphere was, but whatever the atmosphere was, or I guess even considering our atmosphere, gold could help repair the atmosphere. They seem to think they came to life from what our evolutionists believe as primordial soup. Although we know it cannot happen, they think it can. I don't know what the hell are they talking about? They seem to think that they came to life from what our evolutionists believe as primordial soup. I don't even know what that even is supposed to mean. Although we know it cannot happen, they think it can. It mentions the planet's thick atmosphere and vegetation. It cycles around the sun with the hot and cold periods. During the cool periods, the planet's inner heat keeps Nibiru warm, despite disputes started that ended in the use of what we consider atomic bombs. It devastated their planet. Then peace was made and a kingship established for the entire planet, one world government. Chapter 1.3. This tablet tells of the kingship lineage on Nibiru. It tells of the king's marriages, even married his brothers. Now keep in mind, these tablets, right, these are actual historic tablets that were discovered, and this is what they are this is what the tablets are going over. So this isn't like made up shit that someone is coming up with. This is these are actual historic texts written in stone. This tablet video appears I'm assuming this video is what they're talking about. This tablet video appears the Anunnaki's home planet is having trouble with a breach in their atmosphere. The answer is to place finely powdered gold in the upper atmosphere to do repair. This decision was not until a fight amongst them ended in the killing of the king. Brother kills his brother like Cain and Abel. Chapter 1.5. Sorry guys. Have you heard of Hades? It's a nice game with Greek mythology theme. I thought you were going to ask if I've just heard of Hades in general, and I was going to say yes. I have not heard of that game, though. Is it on Steam? Looks like it is. Kind of like an anime game? I have not played a game like this in a long while. I'll check this out. Chapter 1.5. This tablet contains the Anunnaki Council descending the Anunnaki that killed the king, of which he is a distant relative, should be given the throne. There is not even any punishment considered for killing the king. Chapter 1.6. This tablet details how the king tries to heal the planet's atmosphere by detonating atomic bombs in volcanoes. It does no good, and the Anunnaki are displeased. The next person in line for the throne challenges the king and defeats him in a wrestling match. The king escapes the Anunnaki by jumping in a spacecraft and heading towards Earth. It is almost like the casting down of Satan. That part's in parentheses. The second tablet of Lord Inkai, chapter 2.1. This tablet tells of the defeated king's escape from Nibiru with the plan to go to snow-covered Earth. The spaceship he took had atomic bombs on it, and his plan was to blow a path through the asteroid belt, which had kept the Anunnaki from going to Earth. Chapter 2.2 describes the defeated king's arrival on Earth. I want to know like what it describes though. I want to know like is there something out there that has basically I mean, I know it's not like word for word, but do they have a translation of the exact text from the tablets? That's what I'm really interested. I want to read that. This tablet tells of the defeated king's first days on Earth and finding the air, fruit, and fishes good. Also found traces of the gold the Nibiru planet needs for its repair of the atmosphere. He calls the new king of Nibiru and wants to make a deal. The third tablet of Lord Inkai. This tablet tells of the defeated king's attempts to bribe the new king with his knowledge of the gold on Earth and have his kingship reinstated. The portion of the ending of negotiations. The team will be sent to Earth to see if there is gold. If there is gold, the defeated king will have another wrestling match with the new king for the throne. The following tablet video has the Anunnaki traveling to Earth. They briefly stop on Mars for water. Their spacecraft apparently runs on water. Then they proceed to Earth and land there. You know, that's another thing I hear a lot about is UFOs having something to do with water. I'll be right back. My dogs are going crazy. Oh, I should have gotten water. Oh well, I'm back. What do you mean time to plant a flag on it? Time to plant a flag on what? This portion describes the Anunnaki team leader declaring of the seventh day as a day of rest. Metals were processed from the waters. The day, month, year were given their names. Chapter 3.6. The portion of the tablet tells about searching and finding gold, but not in great quantities. The remaining atomic bombs on the defeated king's spacecraft were taken out of the spacecraft and hidden in a cave. They are not to be used again to make a way through the asteroid belt. An Anunnaki team member leaves Earth to take the first basketfuls of gold to Nirubu. Oh, this is just going through all 14 tablets probably, huh? Let's skip to a later on tablet. Chapter 10, the 10th tablet. This tablet tells of the king's son that created earthlings receiving a dream that tells him to inform Noah of the water disaster to come. Noah is to build a sturdy boat to save his family in the coming flood. Noah tricked the people into helping him build a sturdy boat. The sixth day, the navigator arrived with a box of animal DNA. The time of the flood was the 120 shars, 432,000 years. That's how long the flood lasted. Noah was 10 shares, 36,000 years old. Noah was 36,000 years old. What the fuck? The deluge was a combination of wave and rain. Like that. I don't know if I would believe that. And obviously, everything I'm reading here, take with a grain of salt. Apparently these are from these the tablets that were found. The deluge was a combination of wave and rain. I surmise the wave came from the dislodged southern polar ice cap, and it also rained many days. This all came about by Nibiru in its orbit passing close to Earth. This portion of the tablet tells of the flood and the settling of Noah's boat on a mountain next to Ararat. The Anunnaki come back to Earth. The Earth commander finds Noah and is ready to kill his brother over his deceit. When all is explained, he is calmed. The only thing left that is not buried of their cities is the landing pad for the spacecraft. Upon the Anunnaki returning to Earth, they see utter devastation. Mars has lost its atmosphere and the water is dried up. On Earth, the Anunnaki organize and set chores to rebuild. Okay, I'm going to skip down even more. Oh, the Planet 9. Have you heard anything about that, Tycho? About NASA announcing that there is a possibility of a Planet 9? This is from nasa.gov. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Those are some small texts. Caltech researchers have found evidence of a giant planet tracing a bizarre, highly elongated orbit in the outer solar system. The object, which the researchers have nicknamed Planet 9, has a mass about 10 times that of Earth and orbits about 20 times farther from the Sun on average than does Neptune, which orbits the Sun at an average distance of 2.8 billion miles. In fact, it would take this new planet between 10,000 and 20,000 years to make just one full orbit around the Sun. The researchers discovered the planet's existence through mathematical modeling and computer simulations, but have not yet observed the object directly. Okay, so they have not physically seen it, but they suspect and calculate that there is a ninth planet. This would be a real ninth planet, says Brown, the Richard and Barbara Rosenberg Professor of Planetary Astronomy. There have only been 2 true planets discovered since ancient times, and this would be a third. It's a pretty substantial chunk of our solar system that's still out there to be found, which is pretty exciting. Brown notes that the putative ninth planet at 5,000 times the mass of Pluto is sufficiently large that there should be no debate about whether it is a true planet, unlike the class of smaller objects now known as dwarf planets. Planet 9 gravitationally dominates its neighborhood of the solar system. In fact, it dominates a region larger than any other known planets, a fact that Brown says makes it the most planety of planets in the whole solar system. So what I just read is from NASA.gov, the actual NASA website, astrobiology.nasa.gov. So I mean, this is coming from NASA that they have discovered the possibility of a ninth planet. Yep. And apparently, I think I asked you last time, Tycho, but I don't remember your answer. Do you think that there is possibility of life on another planet? And it doesn't have to be like intelligent life. It could be microbiomes. It could be a plant life. It could be anything that is considered alive. I mean, technically trees are considered alive, right? So yep, just referred to the Fermi paradox to explain. That is true. That would be another fun one to look into again, the Fermi paradox. I actually had that written down too. That's one of the things I'd be down to talk about. There's multiple hypotheses, some more optimistic than others. What do you think about these tablets I'm reading about? The 13th tablet. The third region did not blossom. The bride neglected her region. Other regions were not given to her. It was finally taken away from her. She was haunted by her dead groom. She built a house for nighttime pleasure. She tempted men to her bed and killed them. Gilgamesh is a king and desires long life. He tries but does not attain it and dies. Feel like skipping all these tablets, we missed a lot. I've got no idea what they're talking about here with the bride killing people. Where did the 14 tablets of Inkai come from? Is there a Wikipedia page on it? Inkai is the Sumerian god of water, mischief, and phone fort tablet home. What? And one of the Anunnaki. He was later known as Inkai and in Babylon and mythology. He was originally patron god of the city Eridu, but later the influence of his cult spread throughout the Mesopotamia and to the Canaanites, Hittites, and blah blah blah. Let's see. Maybe if we looked up who discovered the tablets, we'll be able to figure out where this person found the tablets. I've got diarrhea. What's up, buddy? Welcome to the stream. This stream, I'm just hanging out, talking with peeps, talking about whatever. And right now, we are talking about the Anunnaki and the 14 tablets of Inkai, which are ancient tablets that were discovered that discuss the Anunnaki. So, basically, aliens that come to Earth to establish humanity. It says, okay, so this page right here is saying the 14 Tablets of Inkai is a work of fiction authored by the late Zecharia Sitchin in his novel, The Lost Book of the Inkai. The introduction suggests, but does not reveal, that the tablets of Inkai were recovered among thousands of other tablets from a library of Nineveh. And the attestation reveals the protagonist of the novel, a scribe identified as Indubsar, who writes and prepares 14 tablets for Inkai, Lord of Earth. The body of the novel compiles. Okay, well, there. 14 Fisher's tablets. Genesis 1 through 6. His source material stems from a text and Jewish as highlighted in the introduction of the Lost Book of Inkai. Were partly revealed in epic tales such as the Epic of Gilgamesh that disclosed the debate among the gods that led to the decision to let mankind perish in the deluge, or in a text that titled Atrahasis. My God. I've got diarrhea. Is there anything that's that you think is interesting that you would like to talk about? Because if there's something you would like to talk about, I am more than fine with moving on from this topic. But I'm kind of interested. So are these tablets not real? Ancient Secrets of Mankind and the Anunnaki revealed the words of Inkai, the 14th tablet, the lost book of Inai. Where were the 14 tablets of Inkai found? Maybe they aren't real. Maybe I've been misled, which is easy to do nowadays, right? With the age of misinformation. Hey Frederick, welcome back, buddy. AKA Mario, how's it going, buddy? It is good to see you. We are just discussing various topics, and right now I'm on the topic of the Anunnaki and the 14 tablets of Inkai, but it's a possibility I've been misinformed and they're not even real. So I'm trying to figure out if they are real, if they were discovered, or if they were not, and they are not real. Which kind of sucks, because I've thought that this was real for a long time. So I mean, I'm kind of glad that I'm doing these types of streams now, so I could actually spend my time looking into this kind of stuff and seeing if shit is like, that's the thing, you know, like I'm very ignorant and very misinformed apparently, and I want to be informed. I'm okay for now, man. How are you today? I'm doing pretty good today. Thank you for asking. Oh, no worries. It's all good, Mario. It's no worries. It's no biggie. Uh, I am totally okay with moving on from this subject, though. If you want to bring a subject to the table, is there anything that really intrigues you or interests you, or that you find fascinating that you would like to talk about or let me know about? Because I'm more than okay with looking up whatever. I want to talk about whatever interests you guys. Oh, I'm very ignorant with lots of stuff. Like I've been doing some research on Tesla, and you know, I've always thought Thomas Edison was I mean, I don't know who's to say what I've been researching isn't true, right? Age of misinformation. But apparently to Thomas Edison and Tesla Nikola, or Nikola Tesla. How do you even say his name? Nikola Tesla. Were, you know, two inventors, obviously, with electricity inventors. Nikola Tesla invented the Tesla coil. I haven't done much research on Thomas Edison, so that's why I'm saying who knows what I read could be misinformation. But apparently, to win this battle between which electricity is going to be used, Thomas Edison went around stealing people's, not him personally, but he had people going around to steal people's animals, like their dogs, their cats, whatever pet they had, and he would electrocute and kill these animals with Tesla's technology, to say that, look, guys, Tesla's technology is bad and you guys should not be using his technology, therefore use mine. And then apparently Tesla went to some kind of fair or whatever, and he sat in front of his Tesla coil and let it shock him to prove to people that his shit was not as bad as Thomas Edison was making it out to be. We can talk about if megalodons are still alive and not extinct. Actually, you know what? I talked briefly about megalodons earlier. We were talking about deep sea oceans, or we were talking about our oceans, how 95% of our oceans are undiscovered. And we were talking about how there's the deepest part of the ocean is the Mariana Trench. And I was saying, how do they know that if 95% of our oceans are not discovered, right? Who's to say there's not a deeper trench? And then we went on to the topic of underwater creatures that are eerily really creepy. And then I said that there was a video of a humongous shark that they caught on video that could have possibly been a megalodon. So, and then, you know, with our oceans being 95% undiscovered, it is totally possible that megalodons still exist. I totally spelled exist wrong. Would I put a C in there? Okay. I mean, I put an extra S in there too. Yeah, dang, 18-minute video.
I've had my share of championships and awards, but having your own week is the ultimate. So when Discovery came to me about Shaq Week, I said, absolutely, let's do it.
Mythbuster in the house.
All right.
Maybe.
Huh?
You are so brave, Mr. O'Neill. Hey, no overcuts, right?
Is this an advertisement? Oh yeah, this is a trailer for Shark Week. I see. So do you think megalodons still exist, Mario? Could megalodons still live? No. The megalodon shark went extinct millions of years ago. How do they know that? They don't know what 95% of our ocean looks like. You cannot definitively say this, right? Because they're still today finding creatures that live in our oceans that we've never seen before that look alien as fuck. The megalodon shark went extinct millions of years ago at a maximum length of up to 60 feet. Jesus Christ. It was the largest shark that ever lived, a wrecking machine of teeth and muscle that preyed on adult whales. If there were still alive, a viable population of such creatures out there we would surely know about it. Would we though? Would we? At 95% undiscovered? Who's to say there's not whales that live in deep underwater areas that we have not discovered, that megalodons are still living there, that, you know, that they feed on? Who's to say that, right? Yeah, you know, crocodiles are a dinosaur. They lived along the dinosaurs. They're a living dinosaur. The possibility of a living megalodon is a stance taken by cryptozoologists, and it is not supported by mainstream science. I have a really hard time sometimes believing in mainstream science, especially when it comes to ancient Egypt. There's no credible evidence that megalodons still exist today, but there's no credible evidence to say that they don't. You know, explore the rest of the oceans, then get back to me. You know what else reminds me of a dinosaur is the Komodo dragon. This thing is, I would not want to be anywhere near this thing. Okay, love you. Drive safe. I would look up at eating. Ew. Well, I guess there's an image, but I don't want to really show that on stream. It's pretty nasty. Oh yeah, and then their saliva has venom in it. Yikes. Those lizards are huge though, right? Sarcochisis. How do you say that? Can you pronounce that for me? Or spell it out? Wait, I thought I copied that. Oh, were these large alligators? Basically. Oh my good God. Jesus Christ. Could you imagine that thing coming at you? Look at the human skull compared to this thing. My God. That thing was enormous. How big could they get? It's an extinct species of crocodile life form, distant relative of living crocodilian species that lived beater. Is that supposed to be between 129 through 112 million years ago? It dates from the early Cretaceous period. It was bigger than the modern day saltwater crocodile, which grows up to 7.101 meters and weighs 2,000 kilograms. I wish I was smart enough to where I could just like transfer that to what we use here in the States in my head, just like boom, just like that. You know what I mean? Sarcosuchus. Sarcosuchus. I'm really bad with words. I'm sure that most species of living organisms are still alive, even though they say they are extinct. Like the T-Rex. If you watch the Meg movie, the concept of where the megalodons lived is an actual possibility as well. I've watched the Meg movie. I just thought it was, you know, just to be a drama movie about a big old shark. Sarcosuchus. Like that. They're an arc. Why stay away from the swamp? I don't blame you. They're not that big in arc though. My God. Have you guys seen huge crocodile videos? I don't know. Maybe they're alligators. Look at this fucking thing.
I'm going to get my camera, but I'm closing the door.
Why are you zooming in on the deer, man? I'm not interested in deer. Show me that damn alligator again. My God. Look at that thing. Could you imagine golfing and then this thing decides to stroll right next to you? That is a dinosaur right there. Holy crap. Sarcosuchus. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me.
To the reptile everyone is talking about on
brave hikers who
UV sauntering from one marsh to another.
That other crocodile was way bigger. Alligator crocodile. I know they're different, but they're the same thing to me. Mario, so you said yes. Are you referring to when I asked if you think like T-Rexes could still be alive? Okay, how about how much of our land is undiscovered? We figured out how much of our oceans is undiscovered, which is about 95% of our oceans are undiscovered. So we've only mapped about 5% of our ocean floors. Don't know, but I do know some people belong on them. What? Do they still have Google Earth? Back in the day when like Google Earth first came out, you guys remember finding like military bases that weren't supposed to be shown on Google Earth because they were top secret. And now when you scroll over certain areas of the world, it's just blacked out or blurred out. Is it still loading or something? What is happening here? Man, whatever. It's not loading for some reason. It's how they lurk in the water that makes them scary to me. Part of the reason why I have a phobia of bodies of water that you can't see the bottom. Ooh, I do not blame you there. That kind of shit is scary. It doesn't at the same time though. I was saying this earlier. I really want to get my scuba diving license. I think it'd be so cool to go scuba diving and explore like our lakes and stuff. Like what could you find at the bottom of a lake? Probably nothing interesting, or maybe fucking lawnmowers or something. I don't know, garbage. But sometimes you can find really cool stuff, or be able to go scuba diving in the ocean. And like we were talking about earlier, there are ancient sites that have been discovered under the ocean or in the ocean. And I think it'd be kind of cool to go to those sites and check them out. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool. What really intrigues me though is that those ancient sites that were found in the ocean is they were built before the ocean covered them, right? So how long ago were they placed there, or were they built there? How people were walking on that ground for those ancient cities to be built there that are underwater, and now it's underwater, and you can't get there. To me, that's just that's pretty interesting. Or no, I don't think a T-Rex is alive unless it's somewhere on an inhabited island. There's always a possibility it's alive. Or there's always the possibility that we could bring it back to life, weren't they talking about they found some mammoth DNA and they were talking about bringing the mammoth back to life? Oh, it's got 2 limbs. Whoa. Is that an actual mammoth? A baby mammoth? Anyways, let's go back, look for an article or something. Probably not. Here's why. The last mammoths were in trouble, isolated. Something that interests me, right? So apparently we hunted the mammoths to extinction. Not us, but humans in general, right? So in they want us to say that they say that we actually, you know what? Instead of me just saying it, because like I said, I'm probably misinformed on a lot of stuff. Let's look it up. How did the mammoths go extinct? But if that is true, that they say that we hunted them to extinction back in the day, look at hunter-gatherer tribes today, right? They're not hunting their food source to extinction. They hunt what they need to live off of, and then when they need it again, they'll go and hunt again. But they're not hunting them to extinction. They're letting them, breed or whatever to, keep the animals alive, because they know it's a food source. So they're going to let them, grow and whatnot. They're not going to hunt them to extinction. So why would we do it back then? Hey, bud, I'll catch you back later. My phone needs to charge. Alrighty, Mario. Thank you for hanging out, man. For real, it was nice to see you again. Talking about some megalodons and ancient crocodiles was pretty fun. And when you come back, hopefully, if I'm still alive, maybe we could talk about some more interesting stuff. I'll catch you later, Mario. Thank you for stopping by. A new study in conjunction with research from 2017 discovered that Wrangel Island mammoths, some of the last mammoths on Earth, suffered from genetic mutations that likely caused their extinction. Lost sense of smell, male infertility, and diabetes are among the mutations caused by defective genes in the mammoth population. Okay. So I guess they're not saying that we hunted them to extinction. See, I was misinformed on another thing. In order to better understand why the last known living mammoth population were extinct, scientists have resurrected mutated mammoth genes from a small group who died on Russia Wrangel Island some 4,000 years ago. Interesting. Enjoy the myth busting. We are already bringing back mammoth steers and the saber-toothed tiger in the future, though. Oh, wait, are we really bringing it back? If you're still here, can you link me to something that says that we've already brought back the woolly mammoth? And in the meantime, I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom, and I'm gonna get a cup of water. Break time. I am back. Are we bringing back the mammoths? Are scientists on the verge of resurrecting the woolly mammoth? This is from the History Channel. The prehistoric beasts roamed the earth 10,000 years ago, and scientists are obsessed with bringing them back. Every summer, groups of hunters head to the remote, uninhabited New Siberian islands in search of the elusive white gold, a perfectly formed tusk of a woolly mammoth hidden in the thawing Arctic permafrost. They are not only exploring the furthest reaches of the Arctic Ocean, but traveling back in time, carrying a primordial quest to the tusks of the massive beasts that roamed the forbidden landscapes in droves before going extinct 10,000 years ago. Of course, there's always the chance that hunters may stumble upon, or there's a chance that hunters may stumble not just on a tusk or two, but on an entire set of mammoth remains, including fur, flesh, and even oozing blood. Jaden and Mr. Monster, welcome you guys. Thank you so much for stopping by and checking out this stream. Here on this stream, I'm going over various topics, whatever kind of topics. So if you've got something that really interests you guys, something that you like to look into, something that is intriguing to you guys, please feel free to lay it out on the table, and we will look into it and start a conversation around it. I think it'd be really cool to learn what you guys are into. But if not, that's okay. I've got a list of stuff here that we could talk about, and then maybe if maybe it'll spark something that you guys remember in your mind, and then you'll mention something, and then we could trail off onto that. I have to say they could bring back the woolly mammoth. Ooh, this is also the History Channel. A team of scientists working on the de-extinction of the woolly mammoth say they are on the brink of resurrecting the prehistoric species in a revised form. Ahead of the annual meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, AAAS, in Boston this week, Professor George Church of Harvard University spoke about the progress his team has made over 2 years of trying to recreate the genetic blueprint of the long-extinct woolly mammoth. According to Church, a world-renowned geneticist, his team believes it can create a mammoth-elephant hybrid with many of the recognizable woolly mammoth features in embryo form within 2 years. How long ago was this article posted? 2017? So by this year, 2020, they think they could bring back the woolly mammoth. I don't know if that's a good idea this year. This year's been pretty tough. Mr. Monster, you want to talk about World War II? For sure, I'm down to talk about World War II. What about World War II do you find fascinating? I used to be pretty interested in World War II as well. Back in my high school days, I was always researching World War II stuff. By now, though, I've probably forgotten a lot about World War II, and like I never really looked into how the war went or anything like that. What I was most curious by was what was going on over there in Germany and Hitler and stuff like that, which was really, really messed up stuff. Okay, now I can start my Star Citizen mining run. Very nice, Scorpion. Have you been here the whole time, man? I don't know why this Google Earth thing isn't working. Jay Ahern, what side did I support in World War II? I didn't support any side. I wasn't alive, man. I couldn't support that war. Now, do I think what Hitler was doing was messed up? Absolutely fucking yes. You have been. Do you have any thoughts on what we have discussed? Is there, yeah. Is there anything you would like to add in or anything you would like to hear us discuss? Emily, hello. Thank you so much for stopping by and checking out the stream. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy your stay here. In this stream, I'm just talking about various topics. Someone suggested World War II, so that's what we're on right now. We just started, but if there's anything that really interests you that you would like to talk about, please feel free to share, and I'm happy to start a discussion on it. Mona, my grandfather never ate a crumb of cheese after the war because it was something they overfed the soldiers. That I did not know. What that's really cool that you've got that kind of information too. I really wish I did a lot of things differently growing up. I wish I spent more time with my grandparents and talked to them about their time growing up and maybe some stories that they might have had from World War II. So your grandfather, did he sounds like he fought in the war? Good result for me then, all things considered. What do you mean, Jay? Maybe if we could talk about those writings in the pyramids. Some show helicopters, some show a spaceman. So you were interested in the 14 tablets of Inkai. I want to figure out if these were real or not, because if they are not real, I mean, it's just fiction, right? apparently these tablets were discovered, and that's what I want to research. Is if I want to see the photographs of these tablets now. Are they indeed real texts that were discovered? The Fermi paradox. Oh crap! I completely forgot about that one. I want to get into that too. The Fermi paradox is pretty intriguing. Emily, my great grandfather was a prisoner of war in World War II, and he only got fed 1 cup of rice every day. Oh God, that's like it sounds like concentration type shit. Um, Emily, but where did your grandfather live? Was he here in the States during that time? Because I know that I think the Japanese we put into camps during World War II. But you never hear about that, right? Is it okay if I ask what side he fought on? And do you have any stories about your grandfather? I'd love to hear him if you're willing to share. And Mr. Monster, you want to talk about all of it? That's a lot to talk about. And Jay, I wanna know what you mean by it's a good result for me.
Parents, it's a traumatic experience, but I got him naked.
Why'd you get him naked? Really?
Clicked his nail.
Aw.
And he like was trying to bite him, so he had to wear a muzzle. But then I got there and I petted him, and he didn't do anything. He just do it himself more often, so that
Yeah. Ruben, come here. You guys remember what Ruben looked like? He was a big old shaggy dog. He got a haircut. Ruben!
Boom!
Come here, bub.
Good boy. Good boy. Get out. Come here. I want you to say hi.
Oh. This is him now. He got all of his hair cut off. Oh, you smell good, too. Did they have to shave him because he was...
No, I just asked him to because when I got. So I was like, just do it like you did before. Bleeding so much because he was so worked up. So
Poor guy.
Poor guy. Until I got there and they could actually put the medicine on. So I'm gonna give them all bones so that they all.
Okie dokie. He was not on Hitler's side. Your great grandfather was? Oh, who was he a prisoner of war for? What country took him in as prisoner? He was a Canadian soldier that fought for England. There were a lot of Canadians that fought on England's behalf since we were still more attached to the monarchy. Interesting. Do you have did you talk to your grandfather or about any of his experiences during World War II? Reborn, so cute. I love Ruben. He's awesome. He's a sweet dog. You redeemed the posture check and a hydrate. You got it, Scorpion. Posture check. Good thing I just went and refilled my water too. You think it was Japan? More. You got it. Well, the Japanese invaded China in July 1937. You know, that's not that long ago either. 1937. Japan captured the former Chinese imperial capital of Peking after instigating the Marco Polo Bridge incident, which culminated in the Japanese campaign to invade all of China. Well, China's still a thing, so I don't think that the Japanese got what they wanted. Let's see. I feel like if we were to talk about the entirety of World War II, that would probably be like 6 whole streams in itself. You know what I mean? So let's talk about. I'm really interested in your guys's family stories if you've got them. Crazy, welcome, buddy. It's good to see you, man. It's for real. I'm glad you're able to make this stream. Um, 100 years ago, yes, that's a lifetime ago, right? 100 years. But think about it in the grand scheme of things, right? 100 years really is still just a blink of an eye. It's really, really not that long ago. He was very sure of himself, and it was always when we defeat and not if we defeat when talking about it. Oh, and you got a good story? Oh, I am excited to hear about it, Mona. I can't wait. When we defeat, or it was, well, he was correct to say that then, right? Because they ended up did defeating Hitler. They got mad beef. Who's got mad beef? Oh, China and Japan. Like to this day, they still have mad beef. Crazy. Right now, we are on the subject of World War II, and since you haven't made one of these streams yet, let me explain what we're doing here. So basically, I've got a list of topics to go over if no one really has anything that they want to talk about. But the subject of World War II was brought up. Someone wanted to talk about it, and so here we are on the topic of World War II. This is what we are discussing and looking into. If you've got, if there's anything that really interests you, Crazy, or something that really intrigues you, and something that you like looking into, or just, I mean, really anything, I would like for you to lay it out on the table. Let's. I would love to start a conversation about it. It'd be fun to talk about. And in the process, you know, I get to know you a little better. You get to know me a little better, and it's these kinds of streams to me is a lot of fun. I really enjoy doing these, and there's definitely gonna be more streams like this. It's not gonna be an everyday thing, but I really like doing this and having these discussions. I mean, I know a lot of people are probably not gonna really find them interesting, but to me, they're really interesting. So I'm gonna keep doing them. Emily, when Mom started learning Italian at school, Pop was angry because they were the bad guys in World War II. Um, so why was Italy the bad guys in World War II? Did they support what Germany was doing? Well, true. Puts out a podium for Mona. Yes. Tycho, you care to elaborate on what kind of beef they've got with each other right now? Scorpion, y'all ever see those photos of old artifacts of Egypt? One of them, it showed something like a helicopter. I've seen that Scorpion, and if you guys want to talk about ancient Egypt, I am definitely more than okay with going back to ancient Egypt because that is one of my favorite topics. I love looking into ancient Egypt. You've got nothing crazy in your 56 years of life. There's nothing that really interests you or intrigues you. My grandfather got out of Germany through the rat lines. What are the rat lines? Yeah. What are those, Jay? They were on German side. Mona, yes, that was my grandfather on my mom's side. But when my mom and dad got together, we were all sitting down at dinner, and my mom and dad's parents were meeting for the first time, and the topic of war came up. Turns out my dad's dad was responsible for incoming aircraft at this one base, and they took no shit. Everyone had to identify themselves regardless if they were in a friendly aircraft or not. My dad was responsible for incoming aircraft at this one base, and they took no shit. At a base here in the States, or obviously not here in the States, was this base in Canada or was it elsewhere in the world? And what do you mean they took no shit? Turns out my mom's mom had a brother that was flying into the base and didn't identify himself and was shot down. When my mom's mom found out he was responsible, she flew across the dinner table at him. Oh shit. Oh, sorry, crazy. My bad. Tycho, aside from the actual past invasion, I think it's mainly because Japan doesn't like to acknowledge that they did a no-no like Germany has, while China insists they do. Though all those protests, what is it, the Hong Kong protests? That's in Japan, right? Do you want me to reread it, crazy? I could reread it for you. Lots of Nazis fled to South America through rat lines that were organized by the Vatican. Didn't America actually inherit a lot of Nazi scientists? Pretty sure her brother survived, but she was pissed. They eventually got over it though. Well, that's the thing. You see, like, this is a really hard thing to kind of discuss for me because I don't think we need wars, and I don't think people need to, fight shit out. Or maybe maybe in some scenarios it needs to come down to a fist fight, and let them beat the shit out of each other to get their point across. Sure, whatever. But we could discuss our problems and try to come up with a solution to these issues and problems. We don't need to go to war and let millions of people die because of it, right? But then again, I'm saying this, and I'm saying we don't need to go to war, but then there's shit going on like what Hitler was doing, right? He sent uh, however many people into these concentration camps. He was gassing them, people literally suffocating on top of each other, or just being shot, digging their own graves, or whatever. That is so messed up, and I certainly think if there's a country doing that, they probably need to be invaded and put a stop to it, because that is some messed up shit. Read Mona's first one. Okay, so this is the first message from the story. Turns out my mom's mom had a brother that was. Never mind, that's not the first one. This one's the first one. My grandfather on my mom's side, but when my mom and dad got together, we were all sitting down at dinner, and my mom and dad's parents were meeting for the first time, and the topic of war came up. Turns out my dad's dad was responsible for incoming aircraft at this one base, and they took no shit. Everyone had to identify themselves regardless if they were in a friendly aircraft or not. Turns out my mom's mom had a brother that was flying into the base and didn't identify himself and was shot down. When my mom's mom found out he was responsible, she flew across the dinner table at him. It is a tough subject. Jay, yeah, in Manhattan, or yeah, in the Manhattan Project, all of the best scientists were Nazis. What's the Manhattan Project? Jay, you also say wars drive human progress. What do you mean by that? Crazy, we don't need wars, but we wind up in them because someone wants something and fights to get it. Yes. Yes, definitely. I could agree to that. Mona, I have two framed cross stitch flowers. I'm so sorry. Let me restart. I have two framed cross stitch flower patterns my dad gave me. His mom and dad met during the war, and after when my grandpa came back to Canada and my grandma was waiting for him to go back and bring her home, she did these cross stitches. They're on the wall in my baby goat's room. Memorabilia. That is awesome. Um, you mind if you share those cross stitches in Discord? I'd love to see them. Um, Not invaded, nuked. What do you mean, Scorpion? Like are you talking about the fact that we nuked Japan after Pearl Harbor? VJ Vidge. I am doing fantastic. Thank you so much for stopping by and checking out this stream. This is a stream that I'm not gonna do every day, but I probably am gonna start doing weekly or something because I really enjoy it. So I just during the stream I sit down and I just have discussion with you guys about various topics. And if you've got anything that interests you or is intriguing to you, please lay it out on the table. I'd be more than happy to start a discussion around it and dive deep into whatever it is that interests you. The reason I pretty much started doing this is because I feel like I'm very ignorant in a lot of areas and I want to learn more. And for the stuff I'm misinformed on, I want to know that I'm misinformed and I want to be informed. I'm not trying to start conversations that are going to start any fights or nothing. I just, I want to have some civil discussions about whatever. And, it could be about this, for example, World War II. Yes, this was absolutely terrible, but it needs to be talked about, right? It happened. We need to remember our history. Or it could be something about space. Space is really interesting too. I could talk about space for days. I love learning, and if you've got something maybe you think everyone knows, it's possible that no one here knows what you think everyone would know. So feel free to share. If it's common knowledge, maybe I don't know it. Maybe I do. But you know what? Who cares? Share it. I want to know. I stink at history too, crazy. No worries, buddy. A lot of wars are due to greed. Yes. Mona's mom was definitely a badass. So did your family, the two sides that got married when they were meeting for the first time, were they fighting for different sides? So you said if someone does something like the Nazis did, we don't invade, we nuke their base. Well, I think nuking something, another country, a city, whatever, nuking people is the most inhumane thing we could do. Literally, how many people did we kill with those 2 drops of those nukes? Or was it 3 nukes? Was it 2 or 3 nukes that we dropped on Japan? I can't remember, but hundreds of thousands of people dead like that because of a war. I don't know. It's messed up, man. So messed up. Hong Kong was never Japanese, as far as I know. It was former British Empire taken from China after the Opium Wars and returned in 1997. So it's culturally distant from mainland China with a mix of Chinese/British values. But now isn't these protests are basically China is trying to take back control, and it looks like so far that they've succeeded in taking back control of Hong Kong, right? And now people are trying to flee Hong Kong. You know that the whole world is messed up like that because there are more cases of doctors experimenting on people, and instead of being executed when caught, they traded the results of their experiments for life. So they may have done something that was heinous, but the info was cataloged. That you've got a very good point there, Mona. Um, so there, uh, I can't think of any examples really, but there are cases of some really messed up experimentation going on, where it actually is it benefited society, right? Like shit's messed up, but what we've learned from it was benefited everybody, right? Benefited the science community, benefited everyday human beings. We air raid them. We try not to drop nuclear weapons now. Yeah, no, we just drop Moabs and missiles from unmanned drones. I know the Nazis were confiscating all the riches, like the famous artworks. Oh, I do not doubt that. Pretty sure we'd never nuked anyone with Nazis. We didn't nuke the Nazis, we nuked Japan. Less than the fire bombings of Tokyo that was going on before. I'm sorry, Taiko. I'm lost. What are you referring to? Less than the firebombing of Tokyo that was going on before. You put a picture in the picture sections. Oh snap! Wow, that's actually really good too. Sorry, can I share that on screen? Do you care? I thought it was gonna open up in a different tab. I didn't mean for it to open up on stream like that. I meant to ask first if I could share it. I just opened it up the original so I could see the full image because I wanted to see it in a bigger picture. Go for it. Thank you, Mona. These are some really good stitches. Very beautiful. And this was your mom's mom that stitched these together. And this was during World War II while she was waiting for your grandpa to come home? Or am I wrong? It was your dad's mom? Yeah, these are really cool. That's like what are those called? Family heirlooms. Something that you just pass down generation after generation. You know, you don't want to lose these. That is awesome. Um, all right, so we've talked. I feel like a good amount about World War II. There was something casualties and war crimes. Estimated for the total number of casualties in the war vary because many deaths were unrecorded. Most suggest that some 60 million people died in the war, including about 20 million military personnel and 40 million civilians. Many of the civilians died because of deliberate genocide, massacres, mass bombings, disease, and starvation. The Soviet Union alone lost around 27 million people during the war, including 8.7 million military and 19 million civilian deaths. A quarter of the people in the Soviet Union were wounded or killed. Germany sustained 5.3 million military losses, mostly on the Eastern Front and during the final battles in Germany. An estimated 11 to 17 million civilians died as a direct or as an indirect result of Nazi racist policies, including mass killings of around 6 million Jews, along with Roma, homosexuals, at least 1.9 million ethnic Poles, and millions of other Slavs, including Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians. I'm sorry, I didn't say that right. And other ethnic and minority groups. That is so messed up. My parental, my goodness, paternal grandma, or my paternal grandpa was French Canadian, and he met my grandma during the war in England. So after the war, he came back to Canada and set up to go back and get her. She did those while she waited for him to get back to get her. That is awesome. That is so cool. Okay, so are you guys ready to move on from World War II, or we got more to discuss? If we've got more to discuss, I'm happy to stick around on this subject and talk about it some more. Nazi Germany was responsible for the Holocaust, which killed approximately 6 million Jews, as well as for killing 2.7 million ethnic. Wait, did I just read this? Ethnic Poles, and 4 million others who were deemed unworthy of life, including the disabled and mentally ill, Soviet prisoners of war, Romani homosexuals, Freemasons, and Jehovah's Witnesses, as part of the program of deliberate extermination, in effect becoming a genocidal state. Soviet POWs were kept in essentially unbearable conditions, and 3.6 million Soviet POWs out of 5.7 died in Nazi camps during the war. In addition to concentration camps, death camps were created in Nazi Germany to exterminate people on an industrial scale. That is so fucked. Nazi Germany extensively used forced laborers. About 12 million Europeans from the German-occupied countries were abducted and used as a slave workforce in Germany in industry, agriculture, and war economy. And I mean, I remember hearing about stories when I was in school about the Nazis would take Jewish babies and they just throw them up in the air and shoot at them like they're fucking target practice or something. It's definitely some messed up shit. Turtle Master, welcome, buddy. It is good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by and checking out this stream. This stream is something new that I'm doing. I'll probably do something like this weekly or bi-weekly. So most of the time when you catch me on stream, I'll be playing some video games. But during this stream, we talk about various topics that interest you guys, the community, or intrigues you guys, or something that you think is very entertaining, and we start a discussion about it and around it. And I really want to engage with you guys, and I want to know what you guys think is interesting. And if there's nothing you guys think or that you could think of, I've got a whole list here that we could go over. Do you know anything about Pokemon? I know nothing about Pokemon. I know Pikachu. That's about it. I guess the Nazis didn't want to hear about our Lord and Savior Christ. I guess not. Cowie, welcome, welcome. It is good to see you. How are you doing today? All right, so what do you guys think? Continue with World War II, or should we move on? Crazy. So, were you able to think of anything that you think is interesting, entertaining? Anything at all? If not, we could move on to something else. What about I mean, we've got new people here. We could go back to something like Neuralink. You know, what Elon Musk and his company's working on. We could talk about atomic bombs, like who invented the atomic bomb? Didn't the guy who invented say something along the lines of "What have I done?" or something like that? Ba ba booey. Well, hopefully the topics we end up discussing crazy you'll find interesting. And I mean, I don't want to, if I'm talking to myself, sure, that's fine, but I would really love it and prefer for you guys to put in your 2 cents and what you think about the subjects we are discussing. I want to discuss it with you guys. Science. There's a lot to science though, Tycho. What about science? I mean, technically nuclear weapons are science. Cooler girls are entertaining. What about nuclear for good? Okay, sure. Let's talk about nuclear technology. because I'm seeing more and more about how nuclear technology could be even better than what we're trying to do with solar and wind turbines and wind farms and stuff like that. But then again, like what would happen if a disaster happened, like Fukushima, how do you say it? Fukushima, where there was that flood that, really messed up their nuclear reactor. So, I mean, is it really always going to be safe? Could they guarantee that? I don't know. You're not into history? Like ITER, the fusion reactor in South France? Ooh, let's look that up. ITER. Another thing that would be kind of cool to look into is CERN. CERN particle collider or something like that. History Channel never tuned in on my TV. Well, the History Channel now is not anything really to do with history at all, right? I mean, I don't have cable TV anymore, so I can't really say for sure what is on the History Channel these days. Yes, Crazy, you are absolutely correct. I think here in the States, we are moving away from nuclear energy. I don't think we even have any nuclear energy in the States, do we? Amazing machine, 1 million components, 10 million parts. The ITER tokamak will be the largest and most powerful fusion device in the world, designed to produce 500 megawatts of fusion power for 50 megawatts of input heating power. Power amplification ratio of 10. It will take its place in history as the first fusion device to create net energy. Damn. We are actually moving away from nuclear power and gas power to reusable energy. Like I was just saying, solar panels and wind farms, dam energy or whatever, that sort of thing, and renewable energy. But all I was saying earlier was that I don't remember where it was I saw, but I was reading that fusion power, nuclear energy, could actually be way more sustainable than what we are currently moving towards. I don't know how true that is. I have not looked into this kind of stuff that much, so I could definitely see this topic being interesting. Is there a learning channel? Is that really a name for something? Have you seen them build those huge windmills on the huge buildings? On those huge buildings in Japan? Kansas has a nuclear power plant. Is it still in use? I thought they banned nuclear power. We are making electric cars and diesels. We were talking about the electric cars earlier, and I'm very ignorant on this subject. So what I'm saying here is it could be very misinformative and not true. So take this with a grain of salt, all right? But the Tesla cars, we are led to believe that they are very eco-friendly, whatever. They have no transmission of whatever it is that leads to the global warming. I can't think of it right now. What is it? Carbon dioxide or some shit. But the batteries that are used to create these Tesla cars, the lithium-ion batteries, isn't that really, really bad for the environment? Like I said, I'm really ignorant on this subject, so I don't know. We could look into that. So because our oil is almost gone, we could use oil forever if we could get down to it. Well, if we keep drilling, won't we eventually hit the core of our planet? What would happen if we opened up the core of our planet? Wolf Creek is very operational. Well, shit, I did not know that. Germany banned nuclear. France is neck deep in it. In the US, vast majority of nuclear reactors are East Coast. Okay. The one near you in San Diego was shut down in 2013. Is the building still there? Have you visited it? We cannot reach the low deposits of oil or cannot get the oil back up. Why wouldn't we be able to reach it? Just the technology's not there or something? Isn't that the whole thing though of why everyone wants to shift to reusable and clean energy is because they were saying that the fossil fuels is what is causing global warming or climate change or whatever. ITER, originally the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, is an international nuclear fusion research and engineering mega project, which will be the world's largest magnetic confinement plasma physics experiment. Jesus. It is an experimental tokamak nuclear fusion reactor that is being built next to the Cataract facility in St. Paul, Les Durance in Provence, southern France. The goal of the ITER is to demonstrate the scientific and technological feasibility of fusion energy for peaceful use and subsequently to bolster the global nuclear fusion industry. I like that right there, for peaceful use. Please don't make any more nukes. Trojan is still there. We have no way to get the oil out of the ground. It's too deep. We burn oil in cars. It pollutes. The Trojan plant is in Oregon? Trojan nuclear power plant was a pressurized water reactor nuclear power plant, Westinghouse design in the northwest United States, located southeast of Rainier, Oregon. What the fuck? And the only commercial nuclear power plant to be built in Oregon. There was public opposition to the plant from the design stage. The three main opposition groups were the Trojan Decommissioning Alliance, Four Laws on the Board, and Mothers for Peace. There were largely nonviolent protests from 1977 and subsequent arrests of participants. The plant was connected to the grid in December 1975. After only 16 years of service, the plant was closed in 1992 by its operator, Portland General Electric. After cracks were discovered in the steam generator tubing, decommissioning and demolition of the plant began the following year and was completed in 2006. While operating, Trojan represented more than 12% of the electrical generation capacity of Oregon. The site lies about 12 miles north of St. Helens on the west-south bank of the Columbia River. Damn. Apparently they shut it down and demolished it. When you were in it, was it before 2006, Crazy? Because it says that they finished the demolition in 2006. Huh. Tycho, what kind of technologies could come out of nuclear power? Like what could be good about it? Because I always hear about how it could be better than what we're trying to do and accomplish now. but I never hear about what could be better about it, and that's something I'd like to know. Oh, it's back in the 80s. I gotcha. Fusion uses water for fuel. We do have a lot of water, but does it evaporate the water, or could we reuse the water? If it evaporates the water, that could end up being a bad thing. Not now, but a long time from now. We have less water than people think. What makes you say that, Crazy? I mean, there's a lot of water in our oceans. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if it evaporates all the water, our oceans would definitely shrink. Evaporated water still condenses in the atmosphere. So are you saying evaporated water condenses in the atmosphere, which would produce more water? You've heard of diminished water levels all over. Don't they have a plant, I think, in Saudi Arabia where they make fresh water out of salt water? It gets recycled. Well, that could be good then and feasible if the water does actually get recycled back into the atmosphere and whatnot. We consume more water than the plant can make. Are you talking about that plant I was just mentioning in Saudi Arabia that makes fresh water out of salt water? Unless you bring it out to orbit and vent it to space, it should remain. That's good. Oh, here's something. I've been hearing articles about frick. Is it US people? Who was it? It was somewhere in Puerto Rico, I think, where a CIA agent. They're saying that he was blasted with a microwave gun because he fell ill. Are we gonna be able to find something like that? There's a huge body of water in like Las Vegas that the waters are way down. Doesn't Nestle, don't they have like a dam or something, and they're blocking a lot of water to Californians, and they are bottling this water and selling it, but restricting people from water as well? Is that a real thing, or is that like just some kind of crazy conspiracy theory? Is human existence inconsequential? What do you mean by that? Inconsequential. Like, does it matter? I think we matter. The percentage of water doesn't change. It's the same as when the plant was done forming. It's just in different forms, and us messing with it puts it in forms we then can't use. No worries, Mona. I have a really hard time with words. I try to do better and be better with my words, but I mean, it's a constant work in progress with me, as you guys know who have been here for a while. Drinking the same water dinosaurs did? What do you mean, Tycho? Hey, Jet. Welcome. It's good to see you, buddy. Yeah, fall into the just chatting category. That's this whole stream. This whole stream is just chatting. We're talking. We're going over various subjects. It doesn't matter what. If it's something that interests you or entertains you, or you think is super interesting, suggest it, and we could start a discussion around it. I'd love to know what you think is interesting. I love having these conversations. We can't drink water the dinosaurs drink. Gotta run, have to rescue a flyer. We'll listen. Okay, crazy. Good luck on rescuing your flyer. By the time the water the dino drink is in our time, it's probably been through many living things. It's true. Many different organisms and shit living in it. What if they find, what if Crazy was saying earlier that there's oil deep down in the earth that we can't get to, right? What if there are these water reservoirs that are just as deep, and once we find the technology or are able to get down to that kind of stuff, what if we discover that there are organisms living in that kind of stuff? Like, no oxygen, no nothing, but there's still living stuff. What's also really crazy is that makes me even lean even more in the way of that there's the possibility of life on other planets, is the fact that they didn't think anything could exist or live in lava, right? But they have found organisms that live, I believe, in like magma or something, or in lava. I'm pretty sure the water you flush down your toilet, don't they reuse that water and you end up drinking it? They purify it, so they take all the poop particles and pee water out of it. But don't they reuse it and refresh it? I remember seeing something on TV as a kid that this guy was going around on streets on like the New York in New York on the streets, giving people cups of water, and he was like, how's that water taste? And everyone was like, yeah, this tastes terrific, crystal clear water. And then he was like, what if I told you that this was from a poop plant? And they're like, oh, what? No way. Will I still be on in an hour? Quite possibly, yeah. I mean, I might go back to just talking to myself for a little bit, but if it's on a subject I think is interesting, I'll still probably be on. In cities, they do. Well, the fact that there is life on Earth proves that there is life on other planets. Like, yeah, there you go. That alone could be proof. But there's so many people out there that think that we're it. There's nothing else out there. And a lot, it's because we've never found any other life. We've never found intelligent life, and we've never found any microorganism life. But if you drink, say, 8 ounces, it's gone. Yeah, what do you mean? Water is ingested by us, but it doesn't disappear. It's absorbed by us and or expelled. But when we die, all that water leaves our bodies and goes back into the earth. So it's all the same water. The amount of water has been the same for billions of years. It just in different places, but eventually it all goes back into the earth to be filtered again, though we tend to use it faster than nature can clean it. I could see what you mean there. So, do you think it's bad for people to be cremated then, because then our bodily fluids can't be cleaned up by Mother Nature? Dirk, Alex is king. Welcome, you guys. It is good to see you. This is a stream where I'm just sitting here chilling with you guys, and we are talking about whatever. If you've got a subject you'd like to talk about, let's talk about it. This wasn't that long ago, so CIA agent being shit. Whoops. Deceased FBI agent found at Trump Tower with silenced pistol. CIA targeted assassinations by induced heat attack. I remember hearing about like some kind of heat gun or microwave gun being used on our CIA agents. Or a microwave gun or something, because they fell ill, and then they said that there's evidence of them being attacked by microwave waves. I think it was in the Philippines. I don't know. We all dirty water. We can't clean it fast enough. You're very welcome. Well, to me, at first, it looked like Alexis King 4, but then, you know, Alexis wouldn't be a king, Alexis would be a queen, and then I put 2 and 2 get together. I was like, oh, Alex is king. I got you. I got you. I don't know. What about patents? Oh God, I can't look up history on here. The amount of water will likely never be an issue. What is an issue is access to portable safe water, or potable safe water. I'm sure it's better to be naturally decomposed, but when you burn something, the moisture is changed and evaporates into the atmosphere, but again, it's still there. It doesn't disappear. Though being cremated does release a lot of carbon back into the air as well, so it has its eco downside. Interesting. See, learning lots of stuff here. Access to portable water makes water an issue. Having access to water, though, is also a good thing for us now as we're alive. Because, I mean, we need water to survive. Sorry, I'm looking at something here. If you can't drink the water because it's not drinkable, then that is water. That is a water issue. Yes. Because then you can't drink it. It could harm you. Just wait until Greenland melts enough to slide into the saltwater ocean and stop the tides. Then fresh water will be our downfall. What do you guys think? Is there anything you think that we're doing correctly in the way of trying to stop global warming or the climate change? Where is this? Okay, so this is a conspiracy theory subreddit, And this guy asked, when browsing the conspiracy forums or the patent website, have you ever stumbled across a patent that stood out as a really, really crazy or cutting edge technology-wise, such as voice of God or spacecraft, anything that the public would probably freak out if they knew about? And I was reading through some of these comments, or these comments, and some of them were kind of interesting. Triangular spacecraft. This is the patent number right here, and it's a spacecraft having a triangular hull with vertical electrostatic line charges on each corner that produce a horizontal electrical field parallel to the side of the hull. This field interacting with a plane wave emitted by antennas on the side of the hull generates a force per volume combining both lift and propulsion. Alex, right now we are talking about water and the atmosphere, and I just looked up some patent. Yeah, but it gets overshadowed by the harmful actions. The planet could put us in another ice age to fix global warming too. Maybe the planet will. Planet has a way of healing itself. Yeah, that's the thing too, you know, whether we live to survive or not, if we're here or not, the Earth is still going to be here. Pollution is being dealt with but not fast enough. We'll heat up first to the point that only microorganisms can survive, then it will plunge to cold and eventually come back to temps that those organisms can evolve. But that takes millions of years. Does our sun have that kind of time? Maybe one more round of life before it's too old and dies. Anyway, it's a cycle the planet has gone through a few times. Yes, and that's why focusing on the sciences of space travel and terraforming and of the like, I think, is very important to the survival of the human race, because eventually there's going to be something that happens to the Earth, right? And so if we spread out and are able to terraform planets and live on other planets, that will be the survival of our species. They're making more green-powered stuff to counter. Doesn't the sun have like 2 billion years left? That I don't have the answer to. Eventually we will end, but we don't have to. You know, another thing that's really interesting is how little we still know about space as well. Yes, we know very little about our very own oceans. We still know very, very little about Earth. They say that there are like, I don't know, 100,000 asteroids documented. What about the tens of thousands of asteroids that are not documented? There are asteroids still that get really close to Earth that we have no idea about until they're really close. And it's very possible that an asteroid could hit the Earth that we have no idea about, and by the time when we see it, it could be too late. I think we should also focus on again, space stuff. We need to we could, if we were able to identify this kind of stuff, if we had enough time, we could save ourselves from an asteroid impact that could be catastrophic and send us back to the Stone Age. You know what I mean? There's there's a lot. It's sad that something will happen to this Earth. So much history and story on this planet is just sad. It's just sad. Well, that's the thing, you know, if something does happen to this planet, but we are able to preserve our lives by being able to colonize other planets, that history will still be there. Crazy. Biden might end mankind. Yep, we will see what comes of it. What about another patent? Quantum entanglement equals or doesn't equal teleportation. I haven't studied quantum physics, but I know enough about it to know that quantum entanglement does not violate the speed of light and is very, very, very far from violating the laws of thermodynamics. And jumping from one point to another would require immense amounts of energy, even if you stay on Earth. This video helped me understand quantum entanglement. If you want, I can link you another one. And this is the video. Okay, well, this does. Oh, he's referring to that patent we opened up a minute ago. What's this one? This is US patent 650 blah blah blah. So this is another US patent, all right? Nervous system manipulation by electromagnetic fields from monitors. Abstract. Physiological effects have been observed in human subjects in response to stimulation of the skin with weak electromagnetic fields that are pulsed with certain frequencies near half a hertz or 2.4 hertz, such as to excite a sensory resonance. Many computer monitors and TV tubes, when displaying pulsed images, emit pulsed electromagnetic fields of sufficient amplitudes to cause such excitation. Did I say that one right? It is therefore possible to manipulate the nervous system of a subject by pulsing images displayed on a nearby computer monitor or TV set. For the latter, the image pulsing may be embedded in the program material, or it may be overlaid by modulating a video stream, either as an RF signal or as a video signal. The image displayed on a computer monitor may be pulsed efficiently or effectively by a simple computer program. For certain monitors, pulsed electromagnetic fields capable of exciting sensory resonances in nearby subjects may be generated even as the displayed images are pulsed with subliminal intensity. I have no idea what I just read. We got images for it too. So these electromagnetic pulses do what exactly to us? Mona, have you seen pics of how thick the fog of debris is orbiting our planet? It's sad. The planet can absorb and deal with the garbage we'll leave behind, but can it do anything about what's past its borders, floating around endlessly? I think I have. Don't they have like a 3D model of it? Look at all that junk. Space junk is a problem that just won't go away, and it keeps getting worse. Debris orbiting Earth makes it difficult for space agencies and companies to launch missions, risking damage to spacecraft and humans in crewed missions. SpaceX Starlink satellite horde is making things even worse, according to Rocket Lab CEO Peter Beck. Huh. All I've seen up until this point about SpaceX's Starlink satellite is that it's a good thing. This is the very first thing I've seen about it being bad. We are wrecking space too. What don't we wreck? Our gas we pass is hard on the environment. The gas that cows pass is even harder. That shit's stanky. I thought space junk gradually falls back to Earth. I think some of it does, but there's a lot more of it orbiting Earth. I just really feel bad for the next generation and the other generations after that. I do too, and I hope we could make a better living situation for future generations. What can we do to start something like that, though? What can we do to make overall everyone's life on Earth for the next generation better? No, it doesn't come back to Earth, and some of it is orbiting too fast, and they don't know how to deal with that. Yeah, I remember seeing something about a space debris that hit the International Space Station. I think it was like a piece this big. It was a chipped paint, a chipped piece of paint. It was flying so fast it created a hole in a window. Was it the ISS? A spacecraft orbiting the Earth gets damaged by space debris. You're probably thinking it's the plot of Gravity, and you're not wrong. It's also what happened to the International Space Station a few months ago. Don't panic, everyone's fine, and the ISS is still safe, but the 7mm wide dent, oh, it was just a dent, is one of the windows of the ISS cupola, is a reminder that space debris is a force to be reckoned with. Astronaut Tim Peake took the image of the damage, saying, "I am often asked if the International Space Station is hit by space debris. Yes, this is the chip in one of our cupola windows. Glad it is quadruple glazed." Jesus. Isn't that crazy, though? A piece of chipped paint could do damage in space because it's flying so fast. Mods checking my comment. Wait, what happened? I don't have any mods here right now, Crazy, so it's just me. Did you mean to say that, or did you mean to say chunk? Make it a law? Make a law where if you literally gonna be in trouble, or where if you later you're gonna be in trouble? There are laws for that. You could get fined for it. Need space whales that gobble up the particles like plankton. There we go. You said, I'm assuming this is what you meant. Yeah, I had a chunk hit me in the head the other day. Is that what you meant? Or did you mean what you actually wrote? Which I don't want to say it because it's an ethnic slur. Okay, that's what I figured is what you meant. That's why the auto mod deleted your comments or didn't allow it to show up. No worries, Crazy. It's all good. Okay, so let's move on to something. Couldn't find nothing about that. Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and move on to the Fermi paradox. I want to get back onto this subject. So we talked about this on the last stream. The Fermi paradox, named after Italian-American physicist Enrico Fermi, is the apparent contradiction between the lack of evidence for extraterrestrial civilizations and various high estimates for their probability, such as some optimistic estimates for the Drake equation. The following are some of the facts that together serve to highlight the apparent contradiction. There are billions of stars in the Milky Way similar to the Sun. With high probability, some of these stars have Earth-like planets. Many of these stars, and hence their planets, are much older than the Sun. If the Earth is typical, some may have developed intelligent life long ago. Some of these civilizations may have developed interstellar travel, a step humans are investigating now. Even at a slow pace of currently envisioned interstellar travel, the Milky Way galaxy could be completely traversed in a few million years. And since many of the stars similar to the Sun are billions of years older, the Earth should have already been visited by extraterrestrial civilizations, or at least their probes. However, there are no convincing evidence that this has happened? So basically, I'm not gonna be. I can't explain this very good. In essence, though, the Fermi paradox is why is my mind drawing up blanks right now? I guess here, let's read this. The Fermi paradox is a conflict between the argument that scale and probability seem to favor intelligent life being common in the universe and the total lack of evidence of intelligent life having ever arisen anywhere other than on Earth. So that's what the Fermi paradox is that there's so much probability for other life to be out there, but we have no evidence of life. So where are they? You guys got the answer for me? Or were one of you guys an alien disguised as a human? Just, going about your normal alien lives? The first aspect of the Fermi paradox is the function of the scale or the large numbers involved. There are an estimated 200 through 400 billion stars in the Milky Way in the observable universe. Even if intelligent life occurs on only minuscule percentage of planets around these stars, there might still be a great number of extant, the hell is that word? Civilizations. And if the percentage were high enough, it would produce a significant number of extant civilizations in the Milky Way. This assumes the meteorocracy principle by which the Earth is a typical planet. The second aspect of the Fermi paradox is the argument of probability. Given intelligent life's ability to overcome scarcity and its tendency to colonize new habitats, it seems possible that at least some civilizations would be technologically advanced, seek out new resources in space, and colonize their own star system and subsequently surrounding star systems. Since there is no significant evidence on Earth or elsewhere in the known universe of other intelligent life after 13.8 billion years of the universe's history, there is a conflict requiring a resolution. Some examples of possible resolutions are that intelligent life is rarer than we think, that our assumptions about the general development or behavior of intelligent species are flawed, or more radically, that our current scientific understanding of the nature of the universe itself is quite incomplete. Well, I mean, that is a given, isn't it? There's a lot we don't know and a lot that we still have to learn. The aliens are just socially distancing. They're staying, instead of 6 feet away, 6 million feet away. Nobody's buying my topaz amulets. Oh, RuneScape. Are those good? The paradox can be asked in two ways. The first is, why are no aliens or their artifacts found here on Earth or in the solar system? If interstellar travel is possible, even the slow kind nearly within the reach of Earth technology, then it would only take from 5 million to 50 million years to colonize the galaxy. This is relatively brief on a geological scale, let alone a cosmological one. Since there are many stars older than the sun, and since intelligent life might have evolved earlier elsewhere, the question then becomes why the galaxy has not been colonized already. Even if colonization is impractical or undesirable to all alien civilizations, large-scale exploration of the galaxy could be possible by probes. These might leave detectable artifacts in the solar system, such as old probes or evidence of mining activity, but none of these have been observed. I have 1,000 of them worth about 3.3 million. Oh, Jesus. So if they all sold, you would be pretty rich, wouldn't you? You could probably buy anything you want in the game. Do you craft them? The second form of the question is, why do we see no signs of intelligence elsewhere in the universe. This version does not assume interstellar travel, but includes other galaxies as well. For distant galaxies, travel times may well explain the lack of alien visits to Earth, but a sufficiently advanced civilization could potentially be observable over a significant fraction of the size of the observable universe. Even if such civilizations are rare, the scale argument indicates they should exist somewhere at some point during the history of the universe. And since they could be detected from far away over a considerable period of time, many more potential sites for their origin are within range of our observation. It is unknown whether the paradox is stronger for our galaxy or for the universe as a whole. The Great Filter is a paradox that Scorpion recommended on the last stream, and which is also pretty interesting. The Great Filter, in context of the Fermi paradox, is whatever prevents dead matter from giving rise in time to expanding, lasting life according to the Kardashev scale. The most commonly agreed upon low probability event is abiogenesis, a gradual process of increasing complexity of the first self-replicating molecules by a randomly occurring chemical process. Other proposed great filters are the emergence of the eukaryotic cells, or of meiosis, or some of the steps involved in the evolution of brain capable of complex logical deductions. Basically, like he was saying, Scorpion was saying, is we humans got past the part of the Great Filter where then the animals or whatever that are on Earth. So like take deer for example. This is what he used as an example. So deer haven't gotten past that part of the Great Filter to be I guess advanced as humans. And maybe if there is other intelligent life, maybe they've gone further than we have in the Great Filter, and we just can't. Our brains or our eyes or whatever cannot or see or comprehend what is beyond our part in the Great Filter. Judging by how people behave in online games, I'm guessing the Dark Forest theory is the correct one. I'm trying to annoy people into buying them. There you go, Jet. Maybe that'll work. What do you mean, Tycho? What's the Dark Forest theory? Is that's part of the Fermi paradox, right? The Dark Forest. Maybe they're just avoiding us, letting us do our own thing. Random deathmatch on First Contact. Darkfall vibes. Okay, so the Fermi paradox is definitely intriguing, to say the least.
Are we the only living things in the entire universe? The observable universe is about 90 billion light years in diameter. There are at least 100 billion galaxies, each with 100 to 1,000 billion stars. Recently, we've learned that planets are very common too. And there are probably trillions and trillions of habitable planets in the universe, which means there should be lots of opportunity for life to develop and exist, right? But where is it? Shouldn't the universe be teeming with spaceships? Let's take a step
That'll get DMCA'd. Am I though? I'm talking over it, so I guess they talk over music, right? And they still get DMCA'd. I think you're allowed to show portions of videos or sections of music without getting DMCA'd. Blue whales don't get cancer? I didn't know that. Aliens don't come to Earth because it has only 1-star reviews. Funny. No fun learning aloud, just reading. Apparently. Aussie girl, welcome, welcome. Long time no see. How have you been? All right. Well then, what else you guys got? Should we start back up the conversation of ancient Egypt? Would you guys be interested in that? Or try to dig deeper and find out if these tablets are real, the 14 tablets of Inkai? I really want to know if these are real or not. I'm curious. If they're real and they depict the Anunnaki like they say it does, that is mind-blowing, and I think the whole world would need to know about it. I am really sorry to hear about that, Aussie girl. I don't know if you're still a part of our Discord, but we do have a support channel if you want to, if you need, I mean, anyone to reach out to. We're all a family in Discord, and we will be there for you. How do you line the browser compared to, how do I like the browser compared to Chrome, Firefox? I'm actually really liking it. And I mean, it's not much, and I haven't earned anything yet, but you could earn cryptocurrency from browsing the internet and using the Brave browser. Were you guys here when I was reading about NASA? I read a little bit of the article NASA published about Caltech researchers finding evidence of a real 9th planet in our solar system, Planet 9. Alrighty, Mona, for sure. We'll catch you later. Drive safe, and yeah, we'll catch you later. You got a webcam last Monday? Very nice. Sweet. That'll be good for your stream. You're still in it, you just don't talk in it. I got you, no worries. Well, if nobody's got any suggestions, I think I'll try to look deeper into see if the 14 tablets of Inkai is real or not. So or is it the 14 tablets of Inkai isn't true? You know what? Let's actually look up something else. Tablets that depict the Anunnaki. How about that? Of course, I type in tablets, and what comes up is the 14 tablets of Inka. The Anunnaki tyrants or saviors of humanity, the cuneiform tablets, Nibiru, and the Anunnaki, ancient secrets of mankind, and the Anunnaki revealed. You know what? It's making me really skeptical that I'm not able to find these scriptures or tablets that are being mentioned. Actually, you know what? There is a YouTube video I could look at that might say something that could lead us in the right direction. Universe of, whoops, of one? Is that what it was? No, that's not it. Oh, Universe Inside You, that's what it is. Let's check out the videos. What was it that I watched? Is it this one? That's a 23-minute video.
That endangered and pillaged. Human history.
Oh no, this isn't the video I'm thinking of. Damn. Acoustic levitation, signs of the gods, crop circles, Enoch. These are not videos that I'm thinking of. I think it was this one.
Especially when it introduced so many things.
Yeah, it's this one. Okay, so she brings up these tablets at some point, maybe, and she shows images of tablets, but you know, this could just be part of her video or whatever. She could be taking tablets out of anything.
These revealed about our archaeologists continue to debate the history and evolution of man. If you go to the source,
Just gonna leave them in there for like a month in the Grand Exchange. Good luck, man. I hope they sell for you, really.
here's what the first civilization ever to record history revealed about our past. In 1849, a British archaeologist discovered 14 tablets in Samaria.
What's his name?
To date, these are the tablets in Samaria. To date, archaeologists discovered 14 tablets in Samaria.
14 tablets discovered in, what'd you say, Samaria? Maybe that's what they're called, the Sumerian tablets. Are these the Sumerian tablets right here? A deeper understanding of the oldest known written language. The Sumerian language was developed in ancient Mesopotamia and is the oldest known written language. The language was written in a script known as a cuneiform, which was later adapted by other languages that emerged in Mesopotamia and its neighboring regions, including Akkadian, Elamite, and Hittite. In the modern world, paper and various electronic devices is the medium on which writing is made. The Sumerians, however, did not invent paper and used a different medium for their cuneiform script. I have no idea if I'm even saying that right. Cuneiform scripts. Documents and text were inscribed by the Sumerians on clay tablets, which has the advantage of greater durability than paper. One of the consequences of this is that a large number of Sumerian clay tablets have survived over the millennia and have been unearthed by archaeologists. One of the consequences? Why is that a consequence? That's a good thing, isn't it? Once the Sumerian language was deciphered, much information could be obtained from these tablets. Okay, so let's look up the Sumerian tablets. I think this is what people are referring to when they are saying the 14 tablets of Inkai. Actually, you know what? I want to see what they look like. Are these the Sumerian tablets? If it is, how is all that story? Okay, these are probably more. The cuneiform tablets, Nibiru, and the Anunnaki 13 dimensions. Are these the tablets? Like, I want to know what they look like. This is what Scorpion was talking about earlier. There's hieroglyphs in ancient Egypt that look literally like helicopters and some types of spacecraft. I don't know what else that would be besides a helicopter. Anyways, let's go ahead and get back to looking up the Sumerian tablets. 20,000-year-old Sumerian tablets tells the real genesis of human race. Right, Scorpion. They yeah. Yeah. There's also why can't I click on this? What? Why can't I highlight this stuff? Whatever. I'll try not to lose my place. Since Plato's antiquity, man has longed to find out what his story on this planet, which is its genesis, where it comes from, and where it goes. Are there gods who created it? Who are the gods, and where are they now? At at all of the above questions, one man was able to answer with certainty. The renowned archaeologist and linguist Zechariah Sitchin. Is that the guy who discovered the tablets and deciphered them? Okay, so let's say someone found tablets and they have no idea what. There's a bunch of drawings on them, right? They obviously say something. We have no, like looking at this right now, I've got no idea what this says, right? How do you decipher text like this, and how do you know what it ends up saying? How do we know he's just not talking out of his ass? If someone deciphers something, right? Zachariah Sitchin. I think I just heard a bunch of gunshots outside. Posture check, Scorpion. You're funny. Sitchin has devoted more than 20 years of his life to deciphering the text of Sumerian clay tablets and succeeded. Sumerian clay tablets are dated at least 20,000 years ago and say a different story to what we know, but have similarities between. Where did the between word even come from? Like, this is why I think I'm dyslexic. But have similarities with Bible creationism. That's another thing too. Like, so when you think about Bible stories and whatnot, like, I don't think word for word what they're saying is absolutely the truth, but I think they've got some truth behind them, some meaning behind the stories, right? Indeed, man, as he is today, was created by the gods, but these gods are not supernatural spiritual beings, but aliens from another planet. These aliens from another planet are Anunnaki from planet Nibiru. The clay tablets tell us that our solar system also has another great planet that has an elliptical orbit around the sun and that the planet completed this orbit in 36,000 years. On this planet lives an advanced civilization that needs gold to spray it into the atmosphere to be able to defend itself from the radiation from the cosmos. Okay, so it says this planet completes the orbit in 36,000 years. What did that article say that we read earlier of evidence of a ninth planet in our solar system? If these 20,000-year-old tablets are saying that there is why would these tablets be saying that there is another great planet in our orbit? Have they already established that we have other planets in our solar system? Or is it just saying another great planet because Earth I would consider as a great planet, and this other planet is great as well because it also has intelligent life on it. Anyways, let's go back to I want to compare something. It says it completes its orbit in 36,000 years, according to the Sumerian texts, right? So what were they saying? Okay, so this is what they say from NASA, by the way. This is a NASA article. The object which the researchers have nicknamed Planet 9 has a mass about 10 times that of Earth and orbits about 20 times farther from the Sun on average than does Neptune, which orbits the Sun at an average distance of 2.8 billion miles. In fact, it would take this new planet between 10,000 and 20,000 years to make just one full orbit around the Sun. That is pretty close to what almost 40,000 years. So they're saying almost 20,000 years to orbit the sun. But from that article, they haven't actually discovered the planet, and it could be they're just calculations right now. But from their calculations, they're saying that there pretty much is a ninth planet in our solar system. From these Sumerian texts, they're saying that this planet orbits the sun every 36,000 years. What? Kelp, welcome back, buddy. It's good to see you. I didn't know if you were coming back. I feel like I might have lost a lot of people's attention, but I'm still having fun, so I'm still doing this. So with that being said, with this article from NASA, and with what these 20,000-year-old Sumerian texts are saying about this planet, I can't highlight this page for whatever reason. Like, what? Is that just a coincidence? Or is it bullshit? On this planet lives an advanced civilization that needs... Oh, I already read that part. The fact that they need to spray the fine gold particles into the atmosphere to block the radiation indicates that Nibiru does not have a magnetic field, as the Earth has a magnetic field that protects the Earth from cosmic radiation. At one point, Nibiru himself remained without, and these Anunnaki went to the cosmos to search for planets that have gold mines, and so they found the Earth, which Earth was or is rich in gold. Which, never mind. Inkai came to Earth with his wife Ninheshag and another 20 astronauts from Nibiru. To their great surprise, they found not only gold on Earth, but also rich flora and fauna, among which the first primitive people. These Anunnaki were not only cosmic explorers, but also great scientists. Inky's wife was a great geneticist. By the way, Kelp, if there's a topic that you think is really interesting or entertaining to you, or that you would like to talk about, mention it, man. I would love to know what you're into. Let's start a discussion about it. Damn, my mom just banned my little brother from playing Among Us. Why is that? Why is your brother banned from playing Among Us? Because Anunnaki needed large quantities of gold, which they could not extract from the rich gold mines of the Summer area. They thought they could create slave workers from primitive hominoids on Earth. The task of creating by genetic engineering a species of docile animals but capable of working hard has been granted to Ninhursag. Ninhursag combined in several experiments, some of them failed, Anunnaki DNA with humanoid DNA and eventually succeeded in creating the first man. This is the history of the apparent appearance of the first men who, as the Bible says, was created in the image of God, which translates as it was created with Anunnaki DNA. Apparently, this is from this Sumerian script, and that's also what I'm saying. Like, the story of Adam and Eve. Eve is created from the ribcage bone of Adam. That totally sounds like genetic engineering, doesn't it? Because all you do in that game is kill. Oh my goodness. That is hilarious. I'm guessing the docile part was a spectacular failure. What do you mean, Tycho? The Great Flood. The flood appears in the mythology of all peoples, but also in the Bible. Zechariah Sitchin thinks that the flood was possible because the planet Nibiru, passing by a short distance from Earth, created tides so large that they flooded the Earth. After 15 years of study of the Bible and the myths of the Semitic and European peoples, we at Alien Star Page came to the conclusion that the flood took place, but as a result of a conflict between Anunnaki and the people they created. Like, again, everything I'm saying, just take with a grain of salt, all right? Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Anunnaki are the gods in the myths of these peoples, and as the Bible says, the Son of God have seen that the daughters of men are beautiful and have joined with them and given birth to the giants. This means that the Anunnaki men saw that men's women were beautiful and got together, and so the giants were born. Because of this, Inkai created this flood to destroy the giants because they were starting to revolt against the Anunnaki. This is the real genesis of the human race. Apparently, this is what is from the Sumerian tablets. Can we get a transcription of the Sumerian tablets, though? Like, word for word, instead of people's some summarized story about it? Is a PDF for these? Translated. This is on Amazon. Oh, it's a book. I guess that makes sense why it'd be on Amazon, right? The words of Inkai Sumerian translation by Sitchin. Like that's the whole point. Can't keep them from the world. Got exposed to kids to it. That is true. You don't want a sheltered human being grown up. You don't want a human being sheltered their entire life to grow up, and then once they get to the real world, know absolutely nothing about what's going on in the real world. Plus, it's not graphic. It's not graphic at all. And it was host, and I was host and kicked people who said bad things. Well, there you go. I mean, humans don't seem like an ideal docile species that could be created with gene editing. They could have done better unless they like to watch us fight. What I think they mean is apes. Like there weren't, normal us humans. They wanted to create a better version so that way they could do the mining of the gold for them without the Anunnaki having to mine the gold for themselves. And so what they did is they took their own DNA apparently and combined it with the apes or the cavemen DNA to make us man. Apes are worse, they'll eat your face. Well, maybe that's why in genetics, when people are born, maybe something gets messed up, and that's why people become cannibals. People still eat people. There's actually still a tribe, I think, in India that to this day still practices cannibalism. Bro, we are all in a simulation. Is that what you think, Kelp? That we're in a simulation? What makes you? I want to hear why you think we are in a simulation. What I really would like to do, I want to read Sumerian transcriptions by Sitchin in the Lost Book of Inkai. Copyright issues on Sitchin's Sumerian translations. Actually, there is something I know about Sitchin. There's an entire website dedicated to disproving this guy's work, actually. What's this all about? Welcome to the website devoted to addressing the claims. Okay. Devoted to addressing the claims of the ancient astronaut hypothesis popularized in the writings of Zachariah Sitchin. Who's behind this site? My name is Mike Heiser. Who am I? The short answer is that I am a scholar of biblical and ancient Near Eastern languages, cultures, and religions. Why do I bother with this stuff? Because I don't like ancient texts manipulated to promote false claims. If I were a lawyer, I'd feel professionally obligated to tell you if someone was giving you bad legal advice. If I was a medical doctor, I'd owe you the truth if I knew that the medicine you were taking was bogus or could kill you. If I was an accountant, I'd let you know if a neighbor's tax advice could put you in jail. I'm none of those things, but take the analogy to heart. I'm trying to provide the same service in my area of expertise. I can tell you and show you that what Zechariah Sitchin has written about Nibiru, the Anunnaki, the Book of Genesis, the Nephilim, and a host of other things has absolutely no basis in the real data of the ancient world. I don't doubt that Zechariah Sitchin is a nice guy. He's just wrong. Nothing personal. So this entire website here is dedicated to disproving what this guy is saying about these Sumerian tablets. So again, what I want to do is read a word for word translation of these tablets so I could judge for myself what they are saying. I guess docile means more teachable than chill, timid, which makes more sense. Well, that and they probably wouldn't want them to be exactly like them. They were created in the image of God, right? But not exactly like him. So there must have been some kind of reason why they don't want us exactly like God. Or if God is a real being, there's reasons that he wouldn't want us to be exactly like him, right? But the whole consensus of, God created man, God's come down from heaven to earth, this all just sounds like if you were to apply technology to it instead of believing in actual entities coming from heaven to earth, and heaven is always up in the stars, right? So if these beings are coming down to earth and they are proclaiming that they're God, and even if it was back then in ancient times, like if there was a being that came from outer space and landed on earth, back then, wouldn't we look up to them as gods because and we would look up to them as magical because we'd have no idea what the hell they're doing. Everything that we would see them coming to earth as would be magical to us and not technology. It would be magic. So is it possible that the Bible is actually referencing actual other intelligent life? Considering how fast we learn / adapt compared to other species, yeah, there's no other species like us on this planet. Because who made everything? Everything has to come from somewhere. Well, that's the whole question, right? Right, Kelp? Bible says we came from God, but so you're saying we got nerfed? I mean, yes, essentially. Because God is an almighty being, right? He's an all-being entity who created the universe, the earth, and all life on earth, right? There isn't, I don't know the exact story, but in the Bible, isn't there like a 3-day creation period or something like that? And I forgot where I was going with that. Totally forgot where I was going with that. Never mind. I'm not saying God is not real. I'm just saying, is it possible that we're looking at the Bible wrong, and it's quite possible that this being could actually be another intelligent life? Which, I mean, if God is creating humans, if God actually did create man, took Adam's rib and made Eve, that is still, to me, genetic manipulation or engineering. So God would be super technologically advanced, wouldn't he? Maybe if I love my love to the fullest and die of old age, I'll unlock free play. There you go, Kelp. Wait. Something that you're saying. Um, Wait, isn't that in the Book of Mormon where if you live correctly or whatever, according to the Book of Mormon, you basically become your own being in the afterlife, and you could create your own planets, or you're given your own planet or something to do with as you please, or something like that. Am I correct along those lines? Along those lines? Oh, I'm still on this YouTube video. Should we look into why Sitchin is wrong about his Sumerian translations? Or do you guys have any other topics you'd like to discuss? Because, like I said, if I'm more than open on discussing literally anything. Let's move on. We could move on from this topic, or we could keep discussing it. But while you guys give me an answer, I'll be right back. Okie dokie, I'm back with some cookies. I like me a cookie. I can control people and have powers. There you go, like a Grand Theft Auto game for you. So are ghosts just spectators then? Ooh, that's a good question. I think so, sort of like New Game Plus. Favorite cookie? That's a hard choice. I like either chocolate chip or peanut butter cookies. Peanut butter cookies are freaking delicious. Is this what the actual Sumerian tablet looks like? That's kind of cool. Those familiar with either the writings of Zacharias Sitchin or the current internet ranting about the return of Planet X are likely familiar with the word Nibiru. According to self-proclaimed ancient languages scholar Sitchin, the Sumerians knew of an extraplanet beyond Pluto. This extraplanet was called Nibiru. Sitchin goes on to claim that Nibiru passes through our solar system every 3,600 years. Some believers, I thought it was 36,000 years. What is it? Was I reading that wrong earlier? Some believers in Sitchin's theory also refer to Nibiru as Planet X, the name given to a planet that is allegedly located within our solar system but beyond Pluto. Adherents to the returning of Planet X hypothesis believe the return of this wandering planet will bring cataclysmic consequences to Earth. Is Sitchin correct? Is Nibiru a 12th planet that passes through our solar system every 3,600 years? Did the Sumerians know this? Unfortunately for Sitchin and his followers, and the answer to each of these questions is no. Okay, well, here, can we say that here this guy can't definitely say no to at least the not the 12th planet, but an extra planet in our solar system, because like we discovered earlier from NASA, they are calculating that there is they're pretty certain that there is another planet in our solar system that revolves around the sun every 10 to 20,000 years. Okay, so let's continue. But how do I know? The cuneiform record in such text as the one on the left, the astronomical text known as MUL Mol Appin, the plow star. Readers can click here for a summary paper I wrote on the word Nibiru in the cuneiform texts. What follows draws from the paper, and in the case of the video, demonstrates the accuracy of my contention that there isn't a single text in the entire cuneiform record that has Nibiru as a planet beyond Pluto, connects Nibiru with the Anunnaki, has Nibiru cycling through our solar system every 3,600 years. Searching for Nibiru in cuneiform text. Here's a video that I created showing you where to find the leading dictionary of cuneiform words online for free. Viewers can find that source and do what I do in the rest of the video. Look up the entry for Nibiru, spelled Nibiru, in the scholarly transliteration, and check to see if any of the above ideas are found in the Akkadian or Sumerian texts that mention Nibiru. Spoiler, there aren't any, but don't take my word for it and look it up yourself. Here's the video I created showing you where to find the leading dictionary of cuneiform. Why make a video about it? Why can't you just give us the link to this dictionary? The Camtet, these are some small letters, Jesus. Studio video content presented here requires a more recent version of the Adobe Flash Player. If you are using a browser with JavaScript disabled, please enable it now. Otherwise, please update your version of the free Flash Player by downloading here. Whatever. Anywho. You're still thinking about that girl earlier, but I thought you thought it was a man. Oh, you're like, shit, should have made a Snapchat. Talk to her a little bit. Flash is dying. Yep. Sorry, I'm just reading through comments on this YouTube video. Scared of how you're going to pay your bills, afraid of impending economic collapse, feeling distraught due to the inevitable breakdown of society and eventual civil war. All these things happening now are but the beginning of sorrows, and this is God's way of giving you a chance to be saved before time runs out. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man hear my voice and open the door, I will come in to him and will sup with him and he with me. They're posting stuff from the Bible. Things won't get better. This is an illusion the powers that be have placed upon the world. Once the rapture of the church occurs, it will get vastly worse, but it's not too late for you to be saved. Even now, all you have to do is... What church is this from? See, that's another thing. I'm not trying to discriminate against anyone's religion or any churches or nothing. I've tried different churches, and this is why church didn't really work for me, is because there are a multitude of different churches, right? Everyone gets to choose what church they go to, and then everyone says that their church is the right church. So how do you know which one is actually the right one and which one will get you condemned to hell? If there is a hell. George Bush was reading this book, My Pet Goat, to the children when 9/11 happened. I'm going to look that up. She asked for my Instagram also, but I only had a stupid meme page I hadn't posted on in ages. I could have found out if she was legit. Probably was, damn. Well, why didn't you at least try for it then, Kelp? You had the chance. I don't mind the verity, but everyone insisting on being the one is frustrating. Yes, that is what is pretty frustrating to me as well. Holy shit. He actually was reading The Pet Goat to school children on 9/11. Wait. I'm going to see a picture of this. Is there an up-close picture of the book? George W. Bush is reading a story, My Pet Goat, to a classroom of Florida school kids when all of a sudden an aide hurries over and whispers to the president, America is under attack. I remember watching all this happen on TV. That's like one of my earliest memories though, when it was happening. I was still pretty young. I was 6. Do you guys have any memories from when you were 6 or before? You didn't know that it was a meme back in the day? Really? About the book? Well, here is an animated short, I Pet Goat 2. I kind of want to watch it with you guys. Should you see my shitty meme page and block me? Pretty crazy shit on it. I should probably make a snap, honestly. Might as well, Kelp. What kind of memes do you make? You should make some memes for our Discord. Alex, you're from Ringer Stream? Oh yes, Ringer's an awesome dude. I love watching him. Like I said, I would join this stream. Did you say? Did I post something in his Discord or something? Oh no, I remember. I was in a stream when you said that, huh? That is awesome. Well, welcome to the stream, man. I don't know if I explained to you, but usually I do play video games on my stream. But this stream is just a discussion type stream that I'm probably gonna be doing either weekly or bi-weekly because I enjoy this stream. And I hope you guys do too. Kelp, I remember when I was 5, I walked into a bathtub with socks on. How'd that feel for your little feetsies? Jay, welcome. It is good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Heck yeah, Kelp. Okay, so in this animated short film, there are no words spoken, but there is a story told. You guys want to watch this with me? Based in the beautiful Laurentans, just north of Canada, California is an independent computer animation studio focused on creating experimental and challenging content, bringing together artists from fields of dance, music, computer animation, and visual arts. The company is very interested in exploring the common ground that underlies many spiritual and why am I having such a hard time with this word? Philosophical. God damn it. I know how to say it, but for some reason I can't say it right now. Traditions in the lyrical form. Heliophanes. Let's look them up. I like your stream, dude. I will make sure to join whenever I can. Oh, heck yeah. I really appreciate that. Thank you for stopping by and checking it out. It's very kind of you. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for sticking around during this stream too. I know it's not a typical stream, but I really enjoy this kind of stream, so that's why I'm gonna decide to keep on doing this type of thing. I mean, it's probably not a lot of people's cup of tea, but I like it. I have a good time doing this. Fire of Truth is the wallpaper. When you stand in the awareness of your sonship with the divine and the brotherhood of mankind, this is you, the fire of truth. The left-right puppet and additional layer of disenfranchisement, keeping you distracted while Draco weaves his web. And suddenly, a startling realization arose in Lily. This apple is not mine, she thought. It belongs to someone else. Opposing courageously those who would enslave her. The whirling heart of Islam awakened to the one true God. He is free and needs no control. Like, these are all snippets, I guess, wallpapers out of this this short, and these descriptions for these images from this video are interesting. Right, that's Draco. The sorcerer, the unseen hand and spirit of madness, seeking ever more control through trickery, lies, poisons, false flag events, wars, and mountains of bureaucratic and legal framework to siphon off the energy of the inhabitants of the earth. He fears the light of day as he fears life itself and operates in the shadows. His greatest power is his hold on the insurance of currency. Hey, Smutty, how's it going, buddy? How is it going? It's good to see you, man. Philosophy. My brain is having a heyday over here. Philosophical. God. Philosophical. What is wrong with me? The Outis. Hey, can you say happy birthday to my uncle? Nice try, buddy. Nice try. You almost got me. I've seen that one before, though, so. Learning to code in class, lost and confused. Coding is hard, man, so I congratulate you. It's definitely pretty hard, though. I should do a stream of watching Ringer stream. Maybe I could talk to him about doing something like that. It is my birthday today for sure. Well, happy birthday to you, Jay. Yes. Yeah, it's open. It gets pretty warm in here. Very cool, man. Happy birthday to you. So, I don't know how to explain this video. I guess let's read the description real quick. A story about the fire at the heart of suffering. Bringing together dancers, musicians, visual artists, and 3D animators, the film takes a critical look at current events. A mysterious figure travels aboard his boat through a dark and desolate landscape in his quest for inner peace. Okay, so that doesn't do a very good job at explaining this video. This video it shows past events that happened, and it shows possible future events that could happen. None of the future events that are portrayed in this video have happened yet, but if they do happen, this video would be pretty fucking wild. Do you get snow where you live? Sometimes, not all the time. I think the last snow we had was 2 years ago. It's snowing right now where you are? You lucky. I wish I had some snow. I love snow. Okay, so you'd rather not have it? How much snow do you get? Our last snow was a pretty heavy snow for my area, and I think we got a foot to 2 feet of snow, something like that, which was a lot of snow for, like I said, this area. You gotta go, Jay? That's all right, buddy. That is a-okay. This part of the video might get demonetized, but I do want to watch this with you guys, so let's do it. I can't believe I didn't know I Pet Goat was the book George Bush was reading in that class on 9/11. See, and here they're depicting that our presidencies are obviously puppets. Oh, and I just noticed he's in the classroom too. Obviously, Obama still under the control of whoever is controlling the puppet. This, I've got no idea what it means, but I'm not really good with symbology at all. Maybe if I pause it and we discuss some of the scenes or something, I won't get DMCA'd. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But so obviously this girl here is highlighted. She's holding an apple, and the bunny right here in the background is still a little bit highlighted as well. And down here in the description, or no. Over here on this page, in the description of her holding an apple for the wallpaper, it says, "And suddenly a startling realization arose in Lily. This apple is not mine, she thought. It belongs to someone else." So maybe the story of Lily holding an apple. Would you guys much rather just watch the entire thing and then discuss it? Or, I mean, the only reason I'm doing this right now is because it might help with being DMCA'd. But at the same time, I don't know. Are we even going to be able to find anything about this? 7 ways Emily and Paris and Younger are basically the same. I don't know if we'll be able to find anything about Lily holding an apple. The bunny is the master and the girl is controlled. I don't know if that's... I mean, that eye on that bunny does kind of look like it's angry, right? I don't know. You'd rather pause and discuss? So far we've gathered that the presidency is being controlled by a puppeteer, right? So the presidency is they're puppets for what? Who knows? And then another thing, these kids, or these statues of kids, that's all they are right now, right? Statues, but there's barbed wire wrapped around them. Well, I wonder what that would symbolize. And then what's this? A buck fighting something? Lily holding an apple. Lily realizes the apple is not hers. I mean, I'm assuming the apple that this Lily character is holding is the forbidden fruit, right? And she realizes it's not hers. I don't think we're going to find anything about it. I don't know if there's like a story behind this or not. If they're referencing something, I don't know. Let's continue. What's this symbol? That's painted on the ground right here. Maybe she is all alone and the other people want it. She's all alone and the people around her want the forbidden fruit. She realized the apple is not hers, so she let it go. According to the creators of this video on their wallpaper description. I wonder... LC, LO, are they not words? Are they symbols? I don't know. Okay, so I wonder what that's supposed to mean, right? She lets go of the apple because she realizes it's not hers. It rolls to the it rolls over to Obama's foot, the puppet's foot, and it breaks open and grows a flower. And he's looking at it like he's nervous about it, like he's so nervous it was causing him to sweat. So what what the hell is that supposed to mean? So what are you searching up? You just tuned in. Okay, so basically this type of stream that I'm gonna start doing, I haven't decided yet if it's gonna be weekly or bi-weekly. I just sit and chat with you guys throughout this entire stream, and we could go over any kind of topic you want to. So if there's anything that you find interesting or intriguing, or just something that interests you, Smutty, feel free to bring it to the table, and we could start a discussion around it. Right now, though, we are going over this animated short film, I Pet Goat 2. I Pet Goat, I literally just learned this stream, is the book that President Bush was reading when he was informed about the 9/11 attacks. Obama hates flowers. Easy, give me a good one. All right, so let's continue this then. The American flag being ripped in two. I always remember learning in the history books when America defined itself as a country, right? During all the bombs and whatnot, our flag was still there. It was never torn in two, right? We were still. Let me restart it real quick. Thank you. Are we good? Uh-oh. My memory's getting up there. So my computer, my streaming computer is probably going to start freezing. And I'll have to restart my computer. It's a sign of freedom, and Obama's confused. Anyways, so, and it's in our, I don't even know the name of that song anymore. Our national anthem. It literally sings, and our flag was still there, or however it goes. Here, it's showing our flag got ripped apart, right? America divided in two, which I honestly feel like right now we kind of are between red and blue, right? It's still frozen. Son of a bitch. For me, what the hell? Huh. Okay, wow. It looks like it's working now, though, right? We good? We good? Oh, wait, this is my other webcam. That's why it was full screen. So that one's supposed to stay like that. This one, whoops. This one's the one I want to try to fix. Right, and then webcam too. Disable that. I'm so sorry, you guys. Oh my good God. It's not gonna come back. What happened? Okay, there it goes. There it goes. Help! Thank you so much for that sub, man. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much for your support. You could have been gifted some subs or something. Buck, welcome back, buddy. It's good to see you. How long am I streaming for? Well, I'm gonna have to end my stream here soon because I've got a memory leak in my stream PC, and after a certain amount of time, the memory starts reaching 100%, and I have to reboot it for it to work. So I have to end it. But if people still want to continue on this this stream, I'll restart the stream and I'll bring it back, and we could continue discussing. Anyway, so for this, I feel like we've discussed it. Let's continue the video. Now take a look at this, all right? This is obviously the Twin Towers, right? And as you watch, which if you watch the real footage of the Twin Towers, you will see little explosions coming out of the building as the tower is collapsing. Now, if you are a conspiracy theorist, then you will say that these are bombs being exploded in a controlled demolition style, and that's why the buildings also fell straight down. And what these conspiracy theorists say is when the plane hit the tower, that wouldn't normally cause an entire tower to collapse. What would happen is the top part of the tower above where the plane would be is the part that would, fall off, if anything were to fall off. And it would not be enough to bring down an entire building like that. Now, again, I'm just saying, that's the conspiracy theory story of it. I just had a question for you. I'd rather do in DMs. Oh, for sure, man. Send it to me on Discord, and I'll get back to you when I have to, restart my PC. Alex, if you guys want to, when the time comes and I have to restart my PC, if you guys want to continue on this type of stream, I'd definitely be coming back. Anyway, so obviously, right, this is the Twin Towers, like I was saying. If you go watch the real footage of the Twin Towers collapsing, these same things are happening. And then what non-conspiracy theorists say is that those explosions that are coming out of the building is the floors collapsing on each other, spitting out the debris. Whatever it is, you guys could decide on your own. Let's continue the video. Obviously, though, these are depicting the Twin Towers. Now, that guy on the boat, that head at the front of the boat, it kind of reminds me of something to do with Egypt. I don't know about you guys. Of the Egypt god that's in the shape of a dog. What is that? Anubis. That's right. Anubis. Anubis is the Greek name of the god Death. Mummification, embalming, the afterlife, cemeteries, tombs, and the underworld in ancient Egypt religion. So Anubis is the god of death, basically. And whoever was on that boat was riding the boat of death, maybe. Oil fields. So after the World Trade Center, after the towers fell, I don't know what this video is trying to tell with Osama bin Laden doing his little dance thing he just did, but it's obviously showing something to do with oil fields, Osama bin Laden, which after the towers came down, we did invade Afghanistan in search of Osama bin Laden, but a lot of the general consensus is, not with everything, but a lot of people think that we went to war over there for money, for oil. Oh, you're right, Alex. Thank you. I really enjoy these streams too. That's why, I mean, I was saying earlier, I don't think this would be everyone's cup of tea, but I really do enjoy doing this type of stream, and I'm gonna keep it going. So obviously the Statue of Liberty. What is that thing she holds? The torch? When that statue was gifted to us, was that torch supposed to symbolize anything? Do you guys know? We could look it up. What does the torch lady... I don't know how to ask this. What does the torch lady Liberty holds symbolizes? I totally spelled that wrong. I don't know. Statue of Liberty, freedom, probably freedom. Maybe if the torch is falling in that video, that's what they mean. You know, our freedoms collapsed, aren't there anymore? I don't know. And then this thing right here, he's in the form of a TV, right? He's a serpent. He's got his he's tangled around some type of egg with, it looks like an statue helping hold the egg, and it looks kind of like this up here, this down here kind of reminds me of the image that is on a dollar, right? You know, that pyramid with the banners and stuff. A new god being born, an egg with a fetus. Yeah, let's continue. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. This definitely, to me, looks a lot like Anubis, right? The god of death. Let's see if we could find more images of Anubis. No, that looks like a costume. Here's a statue from the front, you know, perked up ears. Or is there an actual hieroglyph or statue we could look at? Anubis. Oh my god, I spelled that wrong. Anubis statue. Okay. Are we gonna be able to find anything that is actually from ancient Egypt? Maybe this looks like it's legitimate. Anubis statue, all right. What do you guys think? Viper, welcome back. It's good to see you again. Mona, you're back too. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, causing lots of trouble. Apparently the Statue of Liberty was originally a lighthouse, so that's what the torch was for. Okay, I gotcha. But so when it was gifted to us, it wasn't supposed to be symbolic of anything. That's all I was curious about. I don't know if in this video that specific torch falling out of her hand was supposed to be symbolic of anything. So I didn't know if it meant freedom or what have you. So I mean, if it was just supposed to be a light for a lighthouse, that's all it's supposed to be. All right, let's continue. Okay, so what did that look like to you? The camera panned up. It looked like the guy had a symbol on his head, and you know, of the eye, the all-seeing eye, and then through that eye came back this thing, right? This entity, or whatever this is, the serpent, right? In the form of a TV. What are you guys doing? This is a symbolic video that doesn't have any words, and we're trying to see if we could decipher what they're trying to explain to us in this video. Yes, thanks to the French for that statue. It is a pretty cool statue. No worries, Alex. Thanks for stopping by, man. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate having you here. Thank you for actually checking out the stream, and I'm happy to hear that you have enjoyed it so far. And I definitely hope to see you again in future streams. So you have yourself a wonderful dinner, man, and thank you again for stopping by. All right, let's continue this. So this is, let's back up a little bit. So this is what I showed earlier because I didn't want to play the video, but now I'm just like, fuck it. This serpent creature thing, whatever it is, right? It's got control of this person's mind that is laying here because the head's literally like non-existent and he's coming out of it. And when it was going over this person's eyes, all it's showing is, you know, the markets plunge, war coverage, the stock markets, news, media cycles. It's got us. This is all that this person is taking in, right? And obviously, this person is in distraught because there's a fucking snake coming out of his head. I probably won't be here long, just so you know. I'm having a real shitty day. I'm sorry to hear that you're having a shitty day, Viper, and I wish I could make it better for you. Maybe, you know, participating in some conversations or something would help get your mind off of whatever it is that that's not going so well for you. And also, if there's any topics that you would like to discuss that you find interesting or entertaining, feel free to share, and I'd be more than happy to start a conversation about it. The statue was made of copper and over time went from orange to green. This is a reference to the new copper block in Minecraft, which turns from orange to green over time. Oh my god. Conspiracy. You're gonna get in trouble for showing YouTube videos? Yeah, probably. Nothing you could do. Realized this morning it was my pop's 7-year death. Oh, I got you, Viper. I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, just I can understand that that it's bumming, but you could also, you know, think of all the good times you had with them and cherish your memories. Okay, so this obviously hasn't happened. What building would that be? I don't even know what kind of building that would be, but it's stealth fighters blowing shit up, right? So up until this point, everything that's been in this video have been true events that have happened, you know, minus the person on the Anubis boat. But I mean, the serpent disguised as a television, I mean, I could definitely see something like that being evil, like everything, the 24-hour news cycle, right? We're always being distracted from what? Let's continue. So actually this, I mean, it could be from any war, really. She's holding something here, and then what's coming out of it kind of looks like a mushroom cloud to me. It could be something else, I don't know. And she's obviously upset and holding what looks to be a dead child. And then that figure showed up who was on that Anubis boat again. A butterfly came to him and It looked like he burnt it to disintegrated it. I don't know. I've got no idea what this is supposed to mean, right? So, and by the way, I would love to hear your guys' input too, what you guys think of what this is. So, there's this person right here, right? He's got a skull and bones on his arm and an upside down cross on his chest over his heart. And then this kid looks to me robotic, and he's holding a gun, maybe symbolizing a child soldier. This is I've got no idea. And that going back to you, Viper, real quick. I know I'd probably get in trouble for playing a YouTube video, but that's also why I'm pausing the video every so often so we could talk about it and hopefully not get in trouble, or hopefully prevent us from getting in trouble. I'm not trying to make any money off of showing this video. I'm just trying to discuss the video, right? So this guy right here, he looks like he's melting in maybe acid or something, and he's holding a hammer and a sickle. The hammer and sickle. What's that? That's is that communism? Is that a Russian flag? But it's not crossed. They're like apart. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. And I mean, obviously, we're not going to figure out what kind of meaning they're trying to get across in this video, right? I mean, we're just not going to. That scene right there reminds me of the scene that happened in, what was it? China? Japan? Where one guy stood in front of the line of tanks, and it stopped the tank movement for whatever was happening. I want to kind of look into that, see what that was all about. And then I'm pretty sure that there's footage too that they still massacred people in the streets there, and just ran them over. This is documented as happening. They ran them over with their tanks and smushed their bodies down to a mush, and basically just washed them down the water drains in the streets. Anyways, I don't know why I went on that far with it, but I was just saying that this reminds me of the picture of that person standing in front of the tanks, stopping the line of tanks. By the way, T-Mac, welcome, buddy. It's good to see you. So this guy, that statue head on the front of the boat, again, Anubis, the Egyptian god of death. This looks like he is supposed to be Jesus Christ. He's got the headband on, right? The band of thorns. But he's also got what looks like to be tattooed onto his forehead, a pyramid and the all-seeing eye right in the middle of his forehead. And then earlier, this as it was panning up on his body right here, it showed this heart thumping. I've got no idea what that means. I mean, and like I was saying too, if you guys want to add in your input, you guys are more than welcome to do so. Otherwise, it's just me talking here. But I guess let's keep going. So this kid is actually still alive. I thought earlier that he was actually dead, but he's not. He's alive, and it looks like he's trying to resist the serpent, which is what I'm definitely taking for evil. Anything that would be distracting this kid, because as we saw earlier, that all that was showing in his eyes were news coverage, wars, the stock market, this and that, just whatever, right? They're always trying to keep the kid, I don't know, keep control of him, keep him distracted. I don't know. And it looks like here the serpent is trying really, really hard to do whatever he's trying to do to the kid. I don't know what to say about the parts that just passed. Besides, is there any kind of stories about fish jumping into a boat of anything? And it looks like this character is obviously vibing to something within him. And then there was also a flash scene of where he did I don't know, like something, he blew something out of his body, right? No idea what any of this means. I don't know if that was supposed to be the hand of God coming out of the sky. There's something, obviously a hand that came out of the sky. No idea what it means. Onward. No idea what that part was supposed to mean. So, doing dances around a fire, that's like a, isn't that like some kind of Indian tradition? They would, or not even, I mean, the Indians did this too, but even other tribes from around the globe, didn't they do dances to around fires, powwows, to I don't know why the word sacrifice is coming to my mind, because they didn't. That's not to sacrifice anything. It's to I don't know. Let's look it up. Spelled for wrong. Today's powwow dances have evolved over time. Many of the styles are a combination of several tribal traditions blended together for the modern powwow. At some powwows, you'll see dances from the tribes in the region. For example, in California powwows, you are likely to see bird dancing. In Oklahoma, you will see horde dancing featured at powwows. I want to see if there's anything that teachings and meetings. Men's grass dance. Men's grass dancers wear strands of yarn or ribbon hanging off of their arms, waist, and legs to represent grass in the spirit world. This graceful dance entails flowing motion to mimic the prairie grasses. The story of the grass dance comes from a young man who had a hindered foot and wanted to dance. He then traveled to the prairie where he prayed for guidance as he limped up a hill. On top of that hill, he decided to develop his own style of dance, so he started swaying and swooping the grass. It has been said this is the origin of the grass dance one might see at a powwow. So, I mean, they're like symbolic of something. And now here, this is the very first time that this character actually opens his eyes. And what it looks like he's looking at is literally just fire, right? He opens his eyes and there's just fire reflecting out of his eyes. And here in the background, there's a church that is collapsing. Now, what the hell does this video mean? I've got no fucking clue. I just thought this video was interesting because at the very beginning, everything that is depicted in the video is true. It's shit that has happened. And yeah, I don't know where I wanted to go with this. Everybody in 2021. Oh, they made animation about past year. Yeah, the awakening of the Antichrist was wild. Is that what this is supposed to be? Is that supposed to be the Antichrist? Because isn't the Antichrist supposed to look like Christ? I came back after Buret, and I see that I'm not alone. So crazy here. People from different parts of the earth have the same thoughts. This means that we are one family, and all the events in this cartoon concern us equally. Greetings from Ukraine. Who else was here before 2020? Seems that everyone is here now that the government is showing their true colors in 2020. I don't know. It is a pretty trippy video. Seems like it'd be fun if you're high, to be honest. Like, yeah, if you're tripping on something or something, I don't know. Well, when we talked about ancient Egypt earlier when you were with us, Tycho, what kinds of stuff did we discuss? What did we go over? Because I wouldn't mind going back to ancient Egypt, but there are some other topics here we could discuss too. We never really went into Thomas Edison. If there's any conspiracy theories that people want to dive into, we can, or we could completely avoid those. I mean, I guess we kind of touched them, but we didn't really dive into any. Technology. I mean, technology's wild, isn't it? Jadon, welcome back, buddy. It's good to see you. Sumerian cuneiform tablets. That is right. So we didn't really discuss the pyramids or anything, right? What's really interesting to me is the pyramids with Orion's Belt constellation, right? Right now, they do not line up with the stars, but I think if you were to go back, I can't remember the exact how far you're supposed to go back in time. I think 4,000 years. I could be off on that number though, but at some point, the pyramids did line up with the stars of Orion's Belt. But what I'm saying now, right now, as in today, they do not. Popular conspiracy theories in the U.S. are moon landing, JFK, and 9/11, and of course, flat Earth. Yeah, flat Earth. That's interesting. I don't have a camera to show you. Basically, I just got 3 monitors that are connected to this computer. I have a 4th monitor above everything else that is connected to my stream PC, and then this is my gaming PC. That's about it. Mysterious alignments of Giza Pyramid to cardinal points could be explained by the equinox. To the what though? What is the cardinal points? Oh, that's right. True north and stuff like that, right? Because what we are led to believe is people in ancient times with hammer and chisel were able to build these huge ass pyramids pretty much perfectly aligned with true north with stone and hammer, right? They lifted those big ass blocks up over their shoulders. Yes, sir, Jaden. The equinox. The equinox is, what is that? That's a time of the year when the night and day have an equal amount of time, right? Or it's something to do with the sunset. I guess we could look it up. How do you spell it? Equinox? I know that's not how you spell it. Is that how you spell it? An equinox is commonly regarded as the instant of time when the plane extended indefinitely in all directions of Earth's equator passes through the geometric center of the sun's disk. This occurs twice each year around 20th of March and the 23rd of September. In other words, it is the moment at which the center of the visible sun is directly above the equator. How would they know that though, right? If they're in the Stone Age, hammer and chisel. The shadows in Connecticut and Giza. In his experiment, which he conducted in Connecticut on September 22nd, Dash placed a rod, sometimes called a genomenon, by modern-day surveyors, on a wooden platform and marked the location of the rod's shadow throughout the day. On the equinox, the surveyor will find that the tip of the shadow runs in a straight line and nearly perfectly east-west, Dash wrote. The degree of the error is slightly counterclockwise, similar to the error found in the Great Pyramid, Khafre Pyramid, and Red Pyramid, Dash found. The tilt of Earth on the fall equinox allows the shadow to run in this east-west direction, Dash wrote. Though the experiment was conducted in Connecticut, The technique should also work at Giza. Dash said, for the technique to work, the ancient Egyptians or any surveyor would ideally need a clear sunny day like most of the days at Giza. An occasional cloud would not be a problem. The rod could have been placed on a wooden platform or the ground at Giza. The Egyptian could have determined the day of the fall equinox by counting forward 91 days after the summer solstice. Why do they have to put in dash said like every other sentence? Like, say what he said and then say that's what he said. You don't have to say it like 6 different times. You know what is actually kind of interesting that we have not talked about before is the golden ratio. Have you guys ever heard of the golden ratio? Wait, am I thinking of the right thing here? Yep, the golden ratio. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, anyways, yes. Have you guys ever heard of the golden ratio? Apparently, the golden ratio is something that could be used in all things in our life. I don't know exactly how it applies to everything because, like, I mean, for instance, this, how does it apply to this? I don't understand this. But essentially, the golden ratio, you know, it goes like this and it never stops, you know, and then it could always be divided in like this infinitely. Did I say that right? I guess we could look up the actual definition of it. This article is about the number for the Ace of Base album. See the golden ratio album for the calendar dates. See golden number time. In mathematics, two quantities are in the golden ratio. If their ratio is the same as the ratio of their sum to the larger of two quantities, the figure on the right illustrates the geometric relationship expressed algebraically for quantities A and B, with A is greater than B is greater than 0. Architecture, a 2004 geometrical analysis of earlier research into the Great Mosque of Kairouan reveals an application of the golden ratio in much of the design. They found ratios close to the gold ratio in the overall layout and in the dimensions on the prayer space, the court, and the minaret. What is that? No, it's a building. However, the areas with ratios close to the golden ratio were not part of the original plan and were likely added to in a reconstruction. Where did I get the idea that it's supposed to be like it could be attributed to literally anything? I don't know where I read that from. Hermaderm. Okay, what about literally just had it. Well, frick, I don't know. I'll take this back off. Let's look up CERN. Oh, CERN ritual. Have you guys seen the CERN ritual? Someone recorded people outside of the CERN building, performing some sort of ritual. Oh, then this is the other thing that people say, like the symbology of. I mean, this makes no sense. They're supposed to say that it shows 666, but you know, because right here, right here, right here, but there's more than just 3 6s there. But that's not what we're here to talk about. Oh wait, this was another thing I completely forgot about. This. They've got a statue of the Indian deity Lord Shiva, which is Shiva, also known as Mayadeva, is one of the principal deities of Hinduism. He is the supreme being within Shaivism, one of the major traditions within contemporary Hinduism. Shiva is known as the destroyer within. Oh, snap. Hindu trinity that includes Brahma and Vishnu. In Shaivism tradition, Shiva is one of the supreme beings who creates, protects, and transforms the universe. Goddess or Devi is described as one of the supreme, yet Shiva is revered along the Brahma and goddess. So Shiva basically is the god of destruction, the destroyer of evil, Lord of the Mediterranean. That's what Shiva is. CERN has a statue of Shiva placed outside of it. A video has leaked online of a staged human sacrifice at the European Organization for Nuclear Research campus in Geneva. So someone recorded people performing a ritual at this statue at CERN. Obviously they're dressed in robes and whatnot. Where's the proposed human sacrifice? Oh, is this it right here? Oh, I see it. And then they kill the person right in front of that statue. And then CERN officials say that it was just a prank, but why would you have a human sacrifice ritual as a prank? Or why would you do that as a prank? I mean, I guess, you know, people do weird things, right? All the time. Is this stream really bad right now for you guys? Is it pixelated? It's kind of bad, isn't it? Let's see. CERN is a European research organization that operates the largest particle physics laboratory in the world. Established in 1954, the organization is based in a northwest suburb of Geneva on the Franco-Swiss border and has 23 member states. Okay, I want to know more about the CERN. The acronym CERN is also used to refer to the laboratory, which in 2016 has 2,500 scientific, technical, and administrative staff members and hosted about 12,000 users. In the same year, CERN generated 49 petabytes of data. CERN's main function is to provide the particle accelerators and other infrastructure needed for high energy physics research. As a result, numerous experiments have been constructed at CERN through international collaborations. The main site at Marine hosts a large computing facility which is primarily used to store and analyze data from experiments as well as simulate events. Researchers need remote access to these facilities, so the lab has historically been a major wide area network hub. CERN is also the birthplace of the World Wide Web. So the Hydrogen Collider is a thing where they basically launch hydrogens at each other from, I don't know how long these tubes are, is it a mile long, couple miles long, and they just shoot them at each other to see what happens. I think seems okay. Well, it seems okay. The ritual in front of the statue. The convention established. Oh, the stream. Thank you. The convention establishing CERN was ratified on September 29th, 1954 by 12 countries in Western Europe. Scientific achievements from CERN. Several important achievements, in particular physics, have been made through experiments at CERN. They include, in 1973, they discovered the discovery of neutral currents in the Gargamel bubble chamber. 1983, the discovery of W and Z bosons in the UA1 and UA2 experiments. I got no idea what that means. 1989, the determination of the number of light neutrino families at the Large Electron Positron Collider operating on the Z boson peak. What the hell does any of this mean? 1995, the first creation of the anti-hydrogen atoms in the PS210 experiment. In 1999, they discovered the discovery of direct CP violation in the NA48 experiment. The isolation of 38 atoms in the anti-hydrogen. 2011, they discovered maintaining anti-hydrogen for over, they were able to maintain anti-hydrogen for over 15 minutes. What is anti-hydrogen? And then in 2012, they found a boson with mass around 120 GeV slash, I don't know what the hell that means, consistent with the long-sought Higgs boson. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Damn, look at the picture of the large hydrogen, not hydrogen, the Large Hadron Collider. Many activities at CERN currently involve operating the Large Hadron Collider and the experiments for it. The LHC represents a large-scale worldwide scientific cooperation project. The LHC tunnel is located 100 meters underground in the region between the Geneva International Airport and the nearby Jura Mountains. The majority of its length is on the French side of the border. It uses 27 kilometers circumference circular tunnel previously occupied by the Large Electron Positron Collider, which was shut down in November 2000. CERN's existing PSSPS accelerator complexes are used to pre-accelerate protons and lead ions, which are then injected into the LHC. And they like shoot them at each other, right? Oh my God. Did so much reading today. Well, it looks like, and it feels like I've lost most of the evidence, and I've been going for a while anyways. How long exactly? 6 hours of this, which I've had a lot of fun. I thought today was pretty interesting. Didn't have as many people show up as I thought we were going to have, but that's, that's okay. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but I really enjoy this kind of stream, and I'm going to continue doing them. So thank you for everybody that stopped by and hung out with me. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for engaging in topics. I love having these conversations with you guys, and I hope to see you guys again very soon. Probably tomorrow. I'll do a video game stream. I don't know of what game yet, but yeah. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful